me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Is paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor, the pain is over, feel the darkness take control.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oversteer Grand Prix. After our first full season, we are so excited to be back in the booth here. Checking out our new Odaiba map. You can see some of the drivers getting a couple of practice laps in before we start. As a reminder, for those of you who may be new, my name is Strepidemic. I am joined in the booth today by my good friend Riley, also known as Room. I'm sure I'll be switching between those two names a lot. Riley, how are we feeling today?
Man, I am feeling ecstatic. We're back after an amazing first season with our first ever pop-up here at Odaiba. And man, I am absolutely on the edge of my seat, ready for some absolute drifting action.
100% agree with you. A phenomenal first season as Anthony Taylor, our champion of Season 1. He will be present today, so everybody gets to look forward to that, see our former champion take place. Hitting on a couple of our partners here. We've got our boys from Lock to Lock, Augie Customs and Drake Drifts, two of the homies. They help us with the tracks and some of the car stuff. Vosan, and also Gripped Up Mods, two of our partners that host all of our tracks, cars, you name it, anything that you can download OGP, it's on there. Right there, you can see Drake Drift's name up on the screen. If you're looking to get some cool track stuff done, go hit him up. ESDA, the premier partner of OGP. Any driver who gets a certain amount of points in our season, or is the champion, of course, can get some placements in some of their major events, which is pretty sweet. Go check them out. They've got an event next weekend. Grip Royal, the premier steering wheel partner of OGP. You want an OGP steering wheel? We got them. Hit us up. We'll get you hooked up with one of those. And of course, right there, you see that beautiful gripped up logo. One of our premier mod hosts, Kinetik Creations, aka myself, ironically enough. We do the liveries for the car pack. And right there, the people who hold this entire thing together, the owners of OGP, X3 Autosports, we would not be here without any of those guys, especially Mr. Hoaxy, our production guy behind the camera. And of course, you as well, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Kyle holding it down for us with the camera work, always doing the best that he can. But let's take a quick look over at our top 32 bracket here. We got our first battle ready at the line, but Wally versus Marshall E36. Then we're going to be going to see Jan taking on Cervantes, another driver we've seen from season 1, as well as the Pudgy Platypi. He's going to be taking his swing against Kevin Ho. And then we got TDR Sonic versus iReal.
Pudgy Platypi is a name that I will never forget. I couldn't tell you how much I love saying that. But looking at the next part of our bracket here as we go down, throughout our top 32, it's going to be Mr. Sten taking on the one and only Brandon Shorten, a name that is very familiar in the comp space. Static Shipbox been making a name for himself in the comp scene, doing some pretty cool stuff, getting a lot of battle wins under his belt, taking on David 90 CCR. Newman going to be taking on L2L Drake. That is Mr. Drake Drifts, our boy from L2L, one of the guys who helps us out a lot. Chandler, you know him? Some people love him. A lot of people love him, actually. Mr. Frederick Osbo Lover himself taking on Show Me.
And looking to the other side of our bracket here, we're going to see Tristan taking on our last season's champion, Anthony Taylor. He'll see what he can do against him. And then our favorite battle coming up, Vortex versus Vortex. We're going to see how we handle those two drivers ripping around this track.
Nightmare.
For sure. And then we'll see Young Ramiran taking on Acid, as well as Grizz taking on another podium finisher from last season, Eaz from Team EOD.
You know, I'm pretty sure that Ramiran might be a little bit too young to be taking on Acid right now, but we'll see how that goes later on. Looking forward to the last corner of our bracket here. It's going to be Mason Snyder taking on T2W Rips. Awali, one of the concept boys, Foul, they're going to be taking on Bones 13 or Bone S13. Still not too sure yet. Haven't confirmed that one. Starshine taking on Claudio. Two new names to OGP. Excited to see what they're going to be putting down for us. And one of the battles that I am really looking forward to is going to be Xylus and Keith. Xylus was originally one of the backup drivers. Got called up to take place in the 32. He was very excited to be here. And Keith, of course, everybody knows him as the big body boy, and he is going to be ripping that big body.
Indeed, but we got our first battle up to the line, Marshall versus Wally. Both in their respective S chassis. Wally in that S14, Marshall giving chase in the S15. We're going to send them here as we get ready for what should be an exciting day.
Wow, look at that packed grandstand. Everybody's out here. As I get confirmation, it is Bones. So it's not Bone S13, it's
right.
Bones.
Bones.
Good notes. Good notes.
Write it down. Write it down. All right, perfect. And getting ready to go. Looks like we're having a little bit of a start light issue.
Assetto Corsa being Assetto Corsa right now.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it. Wouldn't be Assetto Corsa without some start light issues. Everybody knows how that one goes. If you've ever driven in an Assetto comp, it's pretty much the talk of every event. There's always going to be some kind of an issue with the start lights, and we didn't even make it one battle this time. So, a little bit of a rough start. staff team is just trying to sort out this issue here, so just bear with us, guys. Gonna give it a shot here. Nothing. I don't think it would be a return to OGP without some Starlight shenanigans.
Oh man, we love implementing new stuff to make our jobs just a little bit easier. And then it just sometimes it just loves to not work for us. But we're certainly getting it figured out here, and we'll get these battles rolling a little bit smoother here. Our driver's certainly waiting patiently.
Yeah, I gotta agree with vibes in the chat there. I think that they might be taking a nap right now. Those S chassis, the SRDO guys put some really comfy seats in there, so they're hanging out. They're taking a little bit of a nap, getting their rest in before their battle, I guess. Nothing. Take a moment while we're figuring out these issues here. Again, just shout out a couple of our partners. Of course, we are very grateful to the guys over at ESDA, Mr. Harold himself. Just got done chatting with him a little bit earlier. Got some cool stuff coming up. We got the major coming next weekend, so that'll be pretty cool. Everybody make sure you tune into that on the 29th, the ESDA Summer Major coming up. Gonna be some pretty cool battles going on there. Of course, as well, Vosan, one of the other premier partners here. You can see them up on the top of the start area. The main mod hoster for OGP. We've got a nice little profile going on over there. If you want to download any of the tracks or cars from OGP, of course, not the ones that we're using today, but they are, I believe, all still on there. Oh, we're underway.
Here we go. We had to give him a little bit of a manual start, but Wally firing in. Little shallow to that first zone, but starting to pour on the angle here as he comes around outside zone 2, but dropping a tire out there. Marshall trying to grab back some of that proximity as they make their way into outside zone 4. Wally dropping another tire out of there, needs to find a way to keep it in track. As, oh, what happened there? As just overcooks it into that wall, but Marshall still continuing his run, coming around this final outside zone and across the line.
Well, I suppose they don't call him Wall E for nothing. So maybe a little bit caught up on the FD Indy shenanigans that went on there. But yeah, very unfortunate set of circumstances in the first half of the battle here. See if he's able to make his way back up to the start line here, as we're going to get ready to see Marshall in the lead position with Wally chasing him down, if he appears from behind that wall.
He's making his way.
Oh, he hit the lead chase line marker. Hearing from the production team as we see the smoke dumping out of that S chassis. He's having some lag issues right now, so see if they're able to clean this one up for the second half. Again, going to go for the manual start as the light not really giving us much to work with here, so it's going to be Marshall this time leading out Wally. Initiates in with a nice easy little flick there. Could be a little further to the outside edge in Marshall. And now, yeah, you can see right there, Wally just lagging a little bit, but he's not causing contact or anything. So could be a little closer, maybe trying to play it safe so it's to not get... Oh, and right there, unfortunately for Marshall, it's actually going to be an incomplete. That was 3, if not 4 tires off going through outside zone number 4. They're going to continue on the run, put on a little bit of a show here as we'll see Wally now dive back up into the pocket there. Very good placement from him as they make their way across that line.
Definitely getting a little comfortable in the chase, but fortunately we saw Marshall going a little bit wide there in outside zone 4. Obviously no walls on this track to kind of save you from doing that, but also keeps the movement going throughout the run in case there are a little bit of those mistakes. But we'll take it to the judges' sliders. We'll see what they think. Who will walk away with this?
Yeah, definitely a interesting battle to judge with what's going on here, and I had a feeling that we were going to see it go this way.
Yeah, it's a full one more time for both drivers. We're going to see them swing at it again, get them back on track, and hopefully they'll clean it up just a little bit. Maybe hopefully keep the cars on track for their next run.
Yeah, the one thing that I will say throughout practice, I've driven the track. All of the staff team here has driven the track. One of the hardest parts on this entire course is going into outside zone number 4. It is a very sharp changeup, but when you get it right, it flows amazing. It makes for some really good tandems. As as we see Wally just absolutely pile driving out of the fence there and losing wheels like he's Adam LZ at Seattle. But they're back at the line.
And back of the line they are, and they're ready to go. See what they can do on this next one more time battle. Hopefully we won't lose any tires. But we got him set up. Here we go. Wally in the lead, Marshall giving chase. As they fire out of the gate. And I think another little lag issue there as you see Wally go off into the depths. And he's back on track. There he is. And a massive gap between him and Marshall has formed. Wally still making his way around the track a little bit better there through outside zone 4, coming around to that inner clip. Good on transition there, a little wide, but he's able to keep it out of the wall. Marshall still just trying to claw back some of that proximity, but he's sticking with them now as they'll come around that final turn and across the line.
Wow. All I can say is wow. The fact that Wally was able to go that far out of the picture, come back with the gap like that, and Marshall was able to end up back on the door going through that last outside zone. That is some very, very impressive stuff. For those unfamiliar with OGP, if you are having lag issues, that is, of course, faulted on the driver. So definitely a detriment for Wally going into this, but it's going to be Marshall this time leading out Wally. Initiates in with that same subtle flick that we saw before in the first battle. Filling that zone very nice. Maybe a little bit of a tire drop over that white line, utilizing the momentum zone there to slow the car down. Now transitioning through, Wally this time putting it right up on the door in a much, much better outside zone number 4 for Marshall this time around. Picks up that inner clip, very nicely done. And Wally is, oh my God. I thought that Wally was about to commit murder on that one there. Some straight up Marvel Cinematic Universe, Doctor Strange stuff going on here with that orange S14. But a very clean run out in the lead position for Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall cleaning up a lot of his mistakes from that first run. You love to see it. Able to keep it on track, keep all the tires within those zones retrospectively. Obviously a few spots where he still kind of dipped out a little bit, but that's to come with the territory. We'll see what the judges think, and hopefully we can come through with a little bit of a better decision here.
You know, I think that throughout that battle, Wally was trying to discover some new territory that we haven't quite got on the track itself here. Straight up just diving off into the Shadow Realm. So maybe taking the name of the cars a little bit too literally there. But you can see him blinking in and out of existence. Maybe this was his strategy. Maybe he thought that if he opened up some portals, he could send Marshall elsewhere. But it doesn't look like it's working too well.
We'll certainly have to see. Still waiting one judge's decision here.
One to go.
One more.
Here it is. 3 judges have their decisions in. 1 going to Marshall, 2 going to Marshall. And it is unanimous. Marshall going to be taking the win and advancing on to the top 16.
A good win for Marshall, able to clean up a lot of the mistakes he had in that first run, doing everything he needed to do correctly. But unfortunately, just Wally. You know, sometimes those Doctor Strange tricks, they just don't work here.
No, yeah, we have a strict ban that if you are a time wizard, you have to hold your powers back a little bit. Can't be using those for any kind of competitive advantage. So, you know, if you're running into those issues, that's probably going to be the end of your day.
Yeah. But in other words, we got our next battle up to the line here. We're going to see Jan in the lead taking on Cervantes in that Toyota Altezza. Jan whipping that car. Beautiful E46. Yeah, you're telling me of how good this car is in this Shadow Realm pack. I'm going to be honest with you, haven't really tested out this pack much. Haven't had much time to really honestly drive much lately. But it's certainly a good looking car.
fully agree with you. Very good looking car and very good performing car. We'll have to see what Mr. Cervantes, one of our regulars here at OGP, is able to do in that machine.
As we await the start light here. Here we go. Looks like we're just going to stick to the manual countdown, but Jan flicking it into massive angle.
Wow.
Into outside zone 2. Holy. Going a little bit wide in there in outside zone 3, checking up a little angle, but Cervantes sticking with him. Non-phased by that insane angle from the jump. Jan still flowing nicely through the rest of this track, through that inner clip. And oh man,
Whoa.
Huge contact going into outside zone 5. Have to see who that might be deemed on. But still continuing the rest of this track, Cervantes getting right into the door of Jan. Cross the line.
That is the kind of chase driving that we like to see here at OGP. Cervantes absolutely glued to the door of the BMW, just making sure that he fills all that pocket as close as he possibly can be. And he did it very precise as well. All the times where the blue BMW there, that beautiful car, was throwing crazy angle, Cervantes absolutely matching it in the chase position. But now we'll see how Jan responds to that, as he's going to have to chase down that quick Altezza of Cervantes. There we go. Cervantes out in the lead this time. Jan chasing him down. Nice little easy flick in there for Cervantes, painting the white line with that rear left tire right where he needs to be. Looks like does have a bobble and angle there. Jan a little bit further back, but it looks like he's going to surge up through outside zone 3 and into the transition here. Falls back again a little bit, but Cervantes filling that zone beautifully. A little bit of a bumper-to-bumper action there from Jan in the chase position through the inner clip. It looks like they managed to keep it pretty clean. You can actually see in the chase there, Jan over-angling a little bit. That's going to be a huge detriment for him to Cervantes. Absolutely dominating these zones right now.
Man, you said it. Cervantes absolutely running away. It seemed like Jan had a hard time trying to keep up with that Altezza. But Cervantes definitely putting the car where it needed to be, painting those lines as he should, but Jan, just a few mistakes in that chase. We'll have to see if that's the nail in the coffin for him here.
The Altezza is a quick car. It's a very quick car, and when it's using the right setup, the thing is a weapon. And Cervantes proving it here, painting the white line in many of those zones, putting on an incredible chase run there for his opponent Jan. But of course, you have to have a good lead to have a good chase, so you got to give credit where credit's due to Jan. Had a couple of issues in his lead run, but still very nice. Filled most of the zones. Maybe a couple of tire drops in OZ4. It was a little hard to tell from the camera angle, but not a bad run altogether. Just a couple mistakes on his chase run that I think are really gonna bite him a little bit in the long run here. It's hard to say. Obviously, we're not judges, so we don't know.
And the judges have a lot more angles and camera views that we don't, and they'll be able to see exactly where they're kind of putting those cars and where they need to be. Jan, I love the aggressiveness from Jan straight out the gate. Man, I know it's just the second battle, but man, that angle that came out swinging with, and that's exciting. And I hope to see a little bit more of that coming through.
Yeah, some very exciting stuff. We're just waiting on the judges to make their decisions here, and I'm gonna be a little honest. It's taken a little bit more time than I expected, so there is a good chance they might be seeing something that we did not see. But I'm sure one of the points of contention is going to be that contact in the first run there, trying to figure out if that's going to be faulted on Cervantes or Jan. It's a very tough thing to call from the camera angle that we saw it at. I don't know. Definitely a point of contention for this battle.
And I was just about to bring that up. We did have that contact. I wasn't too sure on who was at fault for that. Could have obviously both that entering into outside zone 5. In a lot of these zones, there is a slight decel. So the drivers do have the area to pull a little handbrake, get their car settled in. And obviously, we want to make sure the chase driver understands that and gives them the space that they need to be able to do that. And so the judge is most likely looking over that and making sure that they come down to the right decision.
Yeah, and while we wait for the judges to make their decision, Drake mentioning it in the chat, there are some nice overhauls to the overlays here. You can see the Grip Royal Grand Decision screen right there, as I have just now decided to dub it. Shout out to Grip Royal. Very good company and very good wheels.
It looks like we have our decision here. One for Jan, one more time, and it's two one more time. We're going to see these guys go at it again. A little bit of a split decision there, but ultimately, I guess they wanted to see him take another swing at it.
I will say, I think that this is definitely the kind of OMT that we want to see. That contact's probably a very hard thing to really get down to the nitty-gritty on who is going to be at fault for that one. But I'll definitely take that OMT over the first one. Obviously, the first one, there was a lot of issues related to lag. This one, it's all competition.
Yes, and love to see it. Two drivers at the top of their game, not a single one wanting to back down. That's how you know you've got good battles. They're already making their way back up to the line. Jan in the wrong position.
Jan might be losing the plot here a little bit.
Cervantes just going to let him get repositioned here.
Oh, it looks like they've sent one of the judges to go and tell him to get back in the lead.
Yeah. There we go. We got him lined up properly now. We're all ready to go to send these guys for this another one more time battle. Here we go, the countdown, and away we go. On in that blue E46, what can he do here in the lead? Will we see that crazy angle again? No, a little bit of a shallower entry. Going a little bit wide out of outside zone 2, able to corral it back in. But Cervantes still unfazed in that chase, still sticking right there with them as they go into outside zone 4. Oh, Jan almost going 3 tires off there almost. Have to see what he can do through the rest of this course as he goes, straight into the wall. And Cervantes going to continue through the rest of this run here through outside zone 6 and across the line, but unfortunate for Jan.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way that you want your OMT battle to go. I will say, he looks a little bit unsettled in the E46 right now. Jan having a little bit of struggle with outside zone number 4. But at the end of the day, I mean, that's all part of it. Sometimes you come to a track and it clicks. Sometimes you run into issues. It happens. But right now, see what he's able to do in the chase position with Cervantes out in front of him as they go through that start chicane. Cervantes with that nice, easy flick in. Jan has to catch up a little bit here and get back in the pocket, and he's going to do exactly that coming up into the... Oh, wow. Almost over exceeding Cervantes in the lead there is Jan behind him. Having a little bit of trouble keeping that car reeled in, but right now, Cervantes painting the white line through that outside zone. Grabs that inner clip very nicely. Nice transition into the next outside zone here. Just absolutely dialed in the Altezza. Jan having to play some catch up again. Looks like cutting a little bit of angle in line to get back into the pocket. And goes 2 tires off again in the chase position, but a beautiful, beautiful lead run from Cervantes. As we've got the side-by-side, it's back. The extra split side-by-side. Here she is.
Love to see. We'll take a look back on both of these runs, kind of see what all went down. Especially that little mistake we saw from Jan in his lead, but Cervantes, man, dangerous, dangerous man. He's looking fast and he's looking poised. See what he can do here later in this battle. I believe he'll most likely be taking this one. But man, great start to the evening so far.
Yeah, not a bad way to start it so far. I did just get word through the grapevine that one of our competitors, Alawi, is pulling out of competition. But right now, it's all eyes on the decision screen as Cervantes unanimously taking the win over Jan and advances on to the top 16.
And yeah, definitely very unfortunate to see one of our drivers having to bow out, but glad that he was at least able to be here for the time that he was. But also Jan, hopefully be able to get his car figured out there for later competitions, but definitely put his heart and soul into this track. And man, I will not be forgetting that angle he threw on his first run.
No, absolutely not. And I believe that is actually his debut performance in anything with OGP. So to come out to your first ever event with us and to get a one more time battle right out of the rip, that's not a bad way to start whatsoever.
And against a tough driver like Cervantes, man, you gotta be doing something right. But we'll see our next battle come up to the line here. I think we're gonna be seeing the Pudgy Platypi going up against Kevin Ho.
With no E, by the way, for the record, no E on the end of that last name. We promise we are not insulting him. That is his name.
Yeah, it's like the little Debbie cakes, ho-hos.
Oh, and I will say, I am seeing in the chat here from Mr. Yan, that was actually his first kind of competition that he's ever done, and he is saying that he will be back. So congratulations. Very good performance. You got an OMT battle against the one and only Cervantes.
Not bad at all, but we're ready to fire off these next two drivers as they fire in. We see Alteza again speeding through outside zone 2. Kevin trying to keep up, trying to grab some of that proximity back in that 240 as he's slowly able to do that, coming around to outside zone 3, almost over angle, and gets into the side of the Pudgy Platypi, able to keep it off of him, but a huge deficit here. He's having to claw back. The Pudgy Platypi still looking poised and in that lead line, but Kevin, man, few mistakes there into that final zone. See how he can clean that up.
Yeah, that was almost a turn for the worse there for Kevin in the chase position. Coming in, I would say, more than a little bit too hot there. Luckily, able to save it by the look of the thing. There was no contact, so that's always good. But the Pudgy Platypi, somebody we're very familiar with, very, very good lead run. Going to be switched around now. Kevin, the lead out Platypi, initiates in on a very inside line. Pudgy going to have to cut a little bit of line and not cutting the angle whatsoever, though, to keep up with him. Gets back up into that pocket. So very, very nice run there from Pudgy Platypi through the first couple of outside zones. Kevin now out in the lead run there, filling that outside zone and grabs that inside clip. Very nicely done. Oh, major over rotation for Kevin. It's going to be some contact. Kevin is now back over in the start area. So unfortunately, it looks like a big detriment for him.
Unfortunately, just over snapping that angle going into outside zone 5, a very tricky zone. I don't think we put much emphasis on that. You're coming in with a lot of speed through that power alley, and man, you're cutting a lot of it going straight to that wall. Well, really the only wall we have here on track besides outside zone 2. And man, yeah, you see what happens there. And 6, yeah, a little bit of wall there. But see, once again, just over angling in that 240. And the Pudgy Platypi just nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to go at all. That was definitely a bit of a tough one. Luckily, you know, it is all on the sim, so don't have to worry about any total cars or anything.
Yeah, no truck cleanup here. No, don't need to allocate funds to that, luckily, or else we'd probably go broke.
Yeah, I think after how season 1 went, we would definitely not have the budget for this.
But the decision coming in, and it's all Pudgy Platypi. Moving on. The top 16. But we're glad to see Kevin come out. And they're doing some little celebratory burnouts there. You love to see it.
Great show of sportsmanship between these two. Chandler in the chat talking about his parlay hitting. The only parlay that you've got going right now is how Frederick Ospo's going to do. But I got to be honest with you, brother, that hit with LZ, I don't know. That doesn't look like our peak Ospo.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have not been keeping good tabs on FB at all this season.
It's been wild. It's been a wild one. Anybody who hasn't watched it, just wait for the highlight stuff to come out, because oh my god, it has been a season.
Well, we got our next drivers up to the line. We got TDR Sonic going up against iReal and another Alteza. Or we'll probably see here a lot today as we're talking on before the stream. Well, we're ready to go. Here we go. See what these two drivers can do. They fire into outside zone 1. Good angle from Sonic, starting to pull away from iReal. Gonna have to close up a bit of that proximity. He's starting to do so around outside zone 3, cuts a little bit of proximity to the zone there, and a little bit of contact. It's going to push Sonic out wide. Coming through the power alley, still looking good. A little bit of a tire drop there from Sonic, able to pull it back in through outside zone 5. Now coming around to the final zone, Ireal trying to close up that proximity here. He's having to bow out of that final zone. A little more contact across the line.
Yeah, I will say, just watching the runs, you know, it's very easy to say that a lot of that might be an issue on Ireal's part. But I do got to mention Sonic with what I would consider a very, very rough lead run. That was a lot of issues going on, a lot of bobbles. Just not clean at all, not given the cleanest lead run for Ireal to chase. See what they're able to do in the swap positions. Ireal now initiates into that Altezza. Very nice, easy, smooth initiation, but missing pretty much all of that second outside zone. Now making their way into the third outside zone. You can see that nice fluid angle there from Ireal out in the lead. Pretty much giving that Beamer in the chase all the opportunity, as he does end up dropping some tires there. Sonic now not really in the picture. We'll see if he's able to surge up into the next outside zone, as Ireal filling all of that zone. Very nicely done there. Now we see Sonic making his way back up, trying to get back up into the pocket. It's a very hard thing to do behind these quick Altezzas. But honestly, very Oh, and we got the first.
Yeah. Oh, so he's so excited his mic's cutting out. Well, we'll take a look back at the X3 Autosports replay here. They all kind of went down. A little bit of a shaky run from both drivers, but Ireal able to keep it a little fluid. And obviously Sonic just struggling with a little bit of proximity there. But overall, not too terrible of a run by both drivers, but obviously a few things that would need to get cleaned up. Chase has definitely left a lot to be desired from these two.
Yeah, I'll definitely say it right now. Ireal absolutely had the better lead out of the two. Sonic just a lot of spaces where he should have been on throttle and wasn't, which that's definitely going to cause some issues, especially noted in outside zone number 5. You can see in the replay there that we just watched on the X3 Autosport side-by-side, Ireal having to back off a little bit because of how slow Sonic was going into the zone before he let on to the power. But the one that I think it's really going to come down to is that contact in outside zone number 4, because there is a decel zone before that. The question is going to be, where was Ireal placed? Right there, you can see it's going to be going one more time for these guys.
And fortunately, I think that's the correct decision. I'd love to see these two guys go at it again, clean up a few things. They definitely have the talent to be able to throw down a lot better battle than that. And they'll get that chance here.
Yeah, Ireal, a former member of Kinetik, one of our partners in my team there. This is his first event flying under his own flag. So congratulations to him on making it to his first event flying under his name solo. Very excited to see what he's doing here. So far, a couple of issues both of them got to clean up, but I think that we can see the potential in both of these guys right now. They're ready. They're at the line. They're going to send it again. Clean it up, boys. Give us a good battle.
Absolutely. Let's do it. They're ready to go. Judges are ready to go. Cameraman's ready to go. We're all ready to go. Let's see it again for, I believe, our third one more time battle of the night. Here we go. TDR Sonic firing out of the gate. To outside zone 2. Nice and fluid Ireal, pulling back some of that proximity as they go 2 tires off there. A little more tire drop there in outside zone 3. Coming around to 4 here. Ireal keeping his distance, but starting to close up that proximity as we come through to the power alley. Now going a little wide there. 3 tires off for Sonic. And the outside zone 5, Ireal able to stick with them through it. See a lot better proximity as we did in that first run, as he starts to close things up across the line.
Yeah, so unfortunately right there, we did see for Sonic out in the lead position, that is going to be an incomplete going 3 tires off. So a major advantage right now going towards Ireal there. We'll see if he's able to take advantage of that situation. And I do want to make a mention. It looks like Keith in the chat mentioning this is, I believe, Sonic's first ever time in competition. Possibly, maybe. We'll have to get confirmation on that. But right now, Ireal in the lead position initiates in, missing a lot of that first zone, but brings it back out for outside zone number 2 with a little bit of a tire drop. And it looks like 2, maybe 3 tires off for Sonic in the chase now, trying to catch up. way on an inside line as Sonic in the chase, just not really knowing where to put that car. As Iriel dropping a couple more tires in outside zone number 4, but perfect on the inner clip there. And yeah, you can see Sonic in the chase, trying to find his way back up into the pocket, just all over the place right now. Very unfortunate back there. Iriel going through this last outside zone. We'll see how fluid he is, keeping that fluidity going that we saw previously across the line. And we got another one. Double 360 for Iriel.
Love it. As we take it to the X3 Autosport side by side. And something that wasn't really picked up by the camera, and we saw Sonic, unfortunately, coming out of outside zone 4, had to shut down his run. He straightened out just 2 inside right there on that chase lead. Very unfortunate. That's kind of basically, that's going to make it a pretty easy decision for these judges for this one more time battle. But Iriel definitely cleaning up a few mistakes he had. But Sonic, unfortunately, just introducing a few more. You hate to see it, but love that he's out here competing. I'm glad he's doing it with us. As we'll see it go 1, 2, 3 unanimously Iriel's way, and he'll be advancing. He'll be taking on the Pudgy Platypi in top 16.
Yeah, and you just got to mention it. I did get confirmation in the chat there from Keith. This is TDR Sonic's first ever time competing on Assetto. So, You know what, dude? You came out, you got an OMT battle in your first ever competition appearance. That's not a bad way to start. So congratulations on your first attempt. Hopefully we'll see you back.
Absolutely. We'd love to see how our drivers progress. We love seeing them, especially when they're first starting out. We love it. But we'll see.
We absolutely do.
See our next group start to make their way in here, as that will close out our first group.
We'll go ahead. We'll cut to a short commercial break while we get everybody loaded in. So if you're looking to get a drink, go to the bathroom, anything like that, go ahead. We're going to cut to this short little commercial break, and then we'll be right back with more of our top 32 action here at Odaiba.
Take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor, the pain is over, feel the darkness take control. me in the smoke. Breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had to extend that commercial break a little bit there, just trying to make sure that we were ready to go. Taking a look at the 32 bracket, checking out who all won in that first group. Marshall taking the win over Wally. He's going to be going against Cervantes, aka Tortuga, from season 1. We all know him. He took the win over Jan. Moving our way down, we saw the Pudgy Platypi go up against Kevin. Kevin unfortunately falling a little bit short, so Pudgy taking the win. He'll be going up against Ireel, who just took the win over TDR Sonic in Sonic's first ever Assetto competition.
And looking to our next battles here to fill out this left side of our bracket, you'll see Sten taking on Brandon Shorten. After that, Static Shitbox taking on David90 CCR, as well as Norman taking on Drake from Team Lock to Lock. And
Newman.
rounding out, or Newman, my apologies. And rounding out the left side of our bracket here, we're going to see Chandler taking on Show Me.
I did notice in the chat, Shandor thinking that this battle might end up happening at the same time as the ZF one, so hopefully he'll make it. Talk about our partners a little bit. Vosan right there, you can see on the screen, the premier mod hoster for OGP. You can find all of our stuff on there. Drake Drifts, he is responsible for all the tracks that you see in OGP, including this beautiful Odaiba fantasy layout here. ESDA, the premier competition partner of OGP, our drivers during our main season. They can earn points going towards the major events over there, which is pretty sweet. Grip Royal, the steering wheel sponsor of the Oversteer Grand Prix. If you're looking for the best wheel for your car, for the sim, for the go-kart, even if you're going golfing, go check out Grip Royal. Gripped Up Mods, the other mod hoster for everything OGP. You can find our stuff on their website as well. Shout out Tyler over there running everything. Kinetik Creations, responsible for what would usually be the liveries that you see on screen, but today we're running the Shadow Realm cars. And of course, X3 Auto Sports, the premier people behind all of everything that you see going on here, making everything possible with the stream, with the organization. The entire event is all backed by X3 Auto Sports.
And we love to do it. We love being here, as I believe we'll start to get our drivers lined up here and get things going as they just are finishing up the rest of their practice runs. We'll continue through with some more amazing top 32 action.
Yeah, those guys were excited about that practice one. They were tanneming before they even got to the start line.
Love to see it, as I believe our first drivers up here, Sten versus Brandon Shorten. See them make their way around. Sten in that striking E36.
Driving with the Acres paint scheme. Saw that show up in the SRDL season that they just had last year.
Brandon Shorten giving chase in that GT86. First time we're seeing that today. We'll see how they fare on this nice and already toasty track. And here we go. Sten leaving Brandon at the line. Starting to pull away with a big gap here in outside zone 2. Brandon having to pull back some of that proximity. You'll see what he can do, but Sten,
I think it's a restart.
Oh yeah, we're getting a restart.
Yep.
I apologize.
Yeah, a little bit of a start jump, it looks like. So we'll bring him back, put Sten back in that lead line. Brandon gonna have to get off of the line a little bit quicker there, or maybe Sten jumped. Not too sure, but it is a restart.
We'll get him brought back up to the line. We'll get him going again. A little bit more of an even playing ground for both drivers. And here we go. A lot cleaner of a start this time. We'll see what Brandon Short can do here in the chase as Sten fires in right there onto the white line, just as we saw before. Brandon right there with him, coming around outside zone 3. Pouring on just a little bit more angle there, coming around. Brandon, almost getting into the side there of Sten. Coming around to outside zone 5, right there with him still. A little bit of a check up there. Crawling right back up to that door as he should. And it comes to the final zone here. Side by side across the line. How about that? And a 360 to boot.
I'm not counting that one.
It was shaky.
It was shaky. You got to do better than that. Come on. You want us to get excited up in here? You got to give us the whole thing. Do better. Do better. You got this. Do it after this run. So, yeah. Brandon having a little bit of issues in the chase run there. Sten in the lead, also not the cleanest. So we'll see how they do in the other position now. Short initiates in with that nice flick that we've been seeing a lot of drivers opt for. Not getting quite all the way out to the zone like we saw from Sten, but Sten very good in the proximity pocket there. As we see Shorten now transition through to outside zone number 4. Sten with a very, very precise transition behind him. Now they go for that inside clip there. Sten actually closer to the inner clip than Brandon was, it looks like. Now coming through outside zone number 5 there, you can see Brandon on a much better line, getting all that zone. Sten with some very well-timed transitions, not letting himself fall too back, but staying right there in the pocket, and that's a 360.
Oh, look at that. And we'll take it to the X3 Autosports side-by-side here. We'll see how both of these runs kind of shook up. Brandon obviously right there in outside zone 2, not fully filling that zone as Sten did. Sten very comfortable in that chase. Brandon obviously giving him ample opportunity with that great lead to do so. Oh man, a real good battle between these two, opening firing out of the gate here, this second group.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, there were definitely some shaky spots there in that first half of the battle, but it looks like both of these guys actually cleaned it up in the second half. So just have to see what the judges think about that. I think it's definitely going to probably come down to the first half of this battle. Some issues on both sides there that the judges will have to look at. So we await their decisions to slide on in here. Just want to give a huge shout out again to Grip Royal, the premier steering wheel sponsor of OGP. If you want to look into the OGP Grip Royal collab wheels, we do have those. I do not have a graphic that we can get thrown up on screen, but if you're interested in finding out more about that, you can hit up any of the staff guys and we'll get you pointed in the right direction. As we show again the new overlays for OGP, the Grip Royal Grand Decision screen right here. Judges' decisions are in.
And it's going to be going 1, 2, 3 unanimously Sten's way. He's going to be moving on to top 16.
And I definitely think that I agree with that decision. Unfortunately, it looks like Brandon just a little bit shaken up in the chase run there. Did a lot better on his lead run, so kudos to him for that. Gave a beautiful, beautiful run for Sten to chase. Just a little bit shaky on his chase run himself.
Yeah, but definitely bringing it to him. And a very good battle between these two. As we'll see Static Shitbox make his way up to the line in that S13. and slowly making his way. David coming around the pit wall.
Now, I have personally seen what Static is able to do in this exact car. He has been known to be a bit of a weapon in it, so hopefully he'll put on a good display of that here today for us.
We'll definitely have to see what he can do in that lead. Hopefully throw down a banger here for David to chase. We'll see another great battle as we're all ready to go, and we're sending them off. Firing straight out of the gate. Nice angle into outside zone 1. Bringing around outside zone 2, sticking to that white line as he should, but David right there with him. Oh, and a little bit of contact possibly. Sending Static a little wide. They go once again a little wide there in outside zone 4, dropping a tire or two. Bringing it around here. David trying to get comfortable in that pocket there. Static a little wavery in his proximity to the zone, but able to put the power down coming across the line.
Not a bad run. Definitely a couple of spots where I saw some mistakes, but the big one there to talk about the contact in the chase position there from David on Static going into outside zone number 3. There is a momentum zone there. Got to be a little bit careful about that. The lead is allowed to change their momentum up going through there. See what they're able to do switched around now that David has the lead position. Static going to chase him down in the S13. Very, very close, bumper to bumper on the initiation, and Static getting right up to the door of David here. Now coming in outside zone number 3, this is where we saw the contact take place earlier. Static, though, not going to let it happen to him in the chase. Very, very good transition right there from both drivers. Absolutely beautiful. So they make their way through that inside clip now. Transition again. This is another area where we often see some contact, but a very, very dialed in chase run going on for Static right now. Putting all the faith in David out in the lead as David filling all of that last outside zone across the line. Oh, there it is. I saw it. I saw it in the background.
The 360 from Static as we'll take it to the side-by-side here. And man, David looking nice and poised in that lead chase, giving Static all the opportunity for that great chase. As we saw, just absolutely glued to the door throughout that run. Really only mistake there coming in outside zone 4. David just going a little bit wide, but Static easily able to change up his line to stay off of him there.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, watching back on the side-by-side, you can definitely see a better chase run for sure coming from Static. But I gotta say, I'm a little half and half on who had the better lead there. There were some parts where I thought it was Static. There were some parts I thought David did better.
We'll definitely have to see what the judges think as we take it to the Grip Royal Grand Decision here.
It's a good name.
It's a great name. You came up with it yourself.
Yeah, right off of the dome. I didn't know what to call it, so had to come up with the name pretty quick, but we got it. That's all what the pop-ups are for before Season 2 starts, trying to get everything dialed in.
Yeah. We'll have a amazing Season 2, and be on the lookout for that whenever we announce that. It's going to be bigger, it's going to be better, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
It's going to be bigger, it's going to be better, and there will be walls.
There will be walls.
There will be walls to have. Just waiting on one more judge's decision here to come in as we, get a little bit distracted by our love for walls here at OGP. One of the very big things that comes to our funny clips. We got Judge 1 going to Static, Judge 2 going Static, Judge 3 going for it one more time, so it is not unanimous, but Static Shitbox going to be advancing on over David into the top 16.
Yeah, Static moving on. Possibly you could also believe from that contact that we saw in that first initial run, possibly having a little bit to play in there. But another great battle between two drivers, and man, it's starting to heat up here.
Yeah, you said it yourself right there. The heat is absolutely present right now. You guys are just gluing themselves to the doors of their lead drivers, and we love to see that. You got to have a good chase run. Can't let the lead run away from you. You want to be as close in the pocket as you can. These guys are showing that they are capable of doing so. As we wait for our next drivers to come to the line, it's going to be Newman taking on Lock-to-Lock Drake. Drake, of course, made this track, so maybe he's going to turn on the cheat codes a little bit here and gain like 500 horsepower that we don't know about.
Grip mods.
Grip mods, built into the track just for him. No, there's nothing like that going on here. We're very, very careful.
Absolutely, but we'll see what he can do here in the chase against Norman. In that Newman. I keep getting it wrong, and I'm gonna keep getting it wrong as they fire into outside zone 2, a little bit out of that proximity zone there, and I have to drag it back into outside zone 3, and he does just that. Drake sitting idly by there in that pocket, trying to get comfortable. And here in the lead, getting nice and fluid, coming into outside zone 5, nice and smooth. Getting that tire right where he needs to be, filling out the zone, but Drake not letting him get away as he's tucking it right into the door of outside zone 6 and across the line.
It was a very interesting contact there. It didn't even look like Drake actually touched him with the wheel at all, but maybe a little bit of lag issues. We've seen them. They happen. One of the things I will mention, Newman again, I couldn't tell how well he did on OZ1, but OZ2 missing quite a lot of it there and having a couple of bobbles, a little bit of an over angle coming out of OZ3. So definitely not the cleanest lead run for Drake to chase. Now we've got Drake out in the lead position. We'll see what he's able to do. See how Norman takes advantage of it as Drake now doing very similar to what we saw Newman do. Missing almost, if not all, of outside zone number 2. We'll see how he handles the transition here to OZ4. Very nice, very consistent little transition there. Filling all of OZ4, now back into the inner clip. Perfect on that mark. Newman, though, present in the pocket. He is right there on the door of Drake as you see Drake firing through outside zone number 5. Bringing it to OZ6. This is that turn that gets a little bit sharper towards the end there, and you can see that take effect. But we do get the 360 to round it out there from Drake.
Gotta love it. As we take a look back at the replay here, and you see just Drake possibly just throwing in a little bit too much angle, pulling him out of outside zone 2. Very similar to what we saw in that first run from Newman. And we've seen a couple times here from a few of the drivers, a very tricky, long right-hander, be able to carry a lot of angle, a lot of speed to be able to stay in those zones. And when you do it, you got it, and it looks beautiful doing it. You see that
the one thing that I'm really interested in that contact. That's exactly what I was about to say. I'm not sure what exactly occurred there, because it didn't quite look like Drake actually touched him. So I'm not sure if there was some kind of an issue, but I'm sure they'll be looking at that from both sides. Make sure that Newman was on throttle where he needed to be. Make sure that Drake wasn't just surging up into the side of him there. That's all for the judges. We just get to sit here and talk about it.
Exactly. We'll just sit here and criticize every decision that the judges make.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we're best at.
That's what we get not paid to do.
Awaiting the judges' decisions. Yeah, looking back on that contact, it almost looked like it hit him with the rear of his car, but not sure how that would be very possible. Might have been a little leg spike or something. Who knows? But the judges know more than we do, and they'll make the decision that suits these drivers best.
Yeah, that'll definitely be an interesting little point of contention there to figure out what happened. One of the things that I will say while we're waiting on the judge's decision, if you guys who are watching along are enjoying this Odaiba layout, this is the OGP 2026 Odaiba Fantasy layout, so it is not the usual one that you would see in, say, a D1 event. If you want to go drive this track, check it out yourself. You can go download it right now on Vosan or Gripped Up Mods. And of course, while you're there, go check out Drake, the guy that's on screen right now. He is the one behind this track. Oh, as one of the judges making a decision but backing out.
As we'll see it go unanimously one more time, we'll see these drivers go at it again. Judges want to see just a little bit more. Maybe hopefully get a little bit of an easier decision. So both drivers pretty evenly matched, I'd say.
Yeah, I would certainly say so. Okay. Getting a little bit of insight from the man behind the production. Drake is faulted for the contact, but Newman over-rotating in the chase.
Ooh, little separate mistakes, little mistakes, those will get you. We'll see these drivers back up to the line. They'll clean it up. Let's see another heater of a run here. We got Newman back in the lead in that S15. See what Drake can do in the chase. As we're ready to go here, and we're sending them. Newman firing out of the gate. Initiating big angle out of outside zone 1, but unfazed. Drake right there with him. Newman starting to pour on a little bit more angle, coming around outside zone 3. Drake still sitting there idly by with him, keeping good proximity as he starts to close it up there in outside zone 4. Newman coming around to outside zone 5. Shallows it up. Oh, a little bit of contact there from Drake. Newman able to correct himself, getting back on the appropriate line. And Drake just shoveling in right into that pocket across the line.
Yeah, that'll be another one of those situations where I have to make sure that Newman was on throttle. It did look like from the tire smoke he was, so not too sure. Maybe Drake just sent it in a little bit too hot. I will say Drake is double dutying right now. He is here in OGP, but also, I believe, taking part in EF as well. So very cool to see him jumping between cars. See how he's able to handle the lead this time around in the one more time battle, initiating in, and it looks like a much nicer approach, getting at least one tire in on outside zone number 2. Newman in the chase though, right there, and not letting him run away or anything like that. Now transitioning through to OZ4. Nice angle there from Drake, painting the white line with the rear tires of that BMW. Oh, and a little bit of contact now from Newman in the chase position, holding up Drake in the transition. Right there, you can see Newman over-rotating a little bit there. Does manage to save it, but has to play a little bit of catch-up here as Drake diving into the last outside zone to get across that line with a beautiful finish to the run and a 360 to round it out.
We'll take a look back at the X3 Autosports side-by-side here and see what kind of went down on that second run, Newman's chase. As you said, a little bit of contact through that power alley on transition. I'm just shaking things up, going into outside zone 5. We'll take another look here. Yeah, a little difficult to see, but over angles coming in, just kills all the momentum. Able to get back to the door. Just very unfortunate mistake there, and that might be the mistake that does it in. We'll take it to the judges' sliders, and we'll see what they think. See if we can't come out of here with a winner.
Yeah, judges just going to have to deliberate, make sure that they are making the right call right now. A lot of things to look at in these runs.
I mean, that's what happens when you got two very good drivers at the top of their game. You just got to nitpick the tiny things. Sometimes just the littlest stuff will get you.
Yeah, when it comes to drifting, obviously this is a competitive sport. Every little mistake accounts for something. And while we're watching the screen here, just one of the things I wanted to mention about this track, as you can see in the background there behind the Grip Royal Grand Decision screen, screens are animated up there. They're going into the station, they're picking people up, dropping them off, and they're going about their way. So another cool little detail there. We talked about Drake, maker of this track. You want to get a cool track made, you want to get some cool stuff going on in terms of, you know, animated stuff in the background, go hit up Drake. He'll get you all squared away.
Absolutely. Drake, a good friend of ours and a amazing partner to have here at OGP. Helps us out with a lot of stuff and always make sure that we're looking the best at every track we go to.
Judges are still heavily deliberating the call right now. Just trying to make sure they go over every single little detail in the background, and it looks like the judges have made their decision. One slide in Drake, a second one slide into Drake, and unanimously, Drake going to be taking the win over Newman and advancing on to the top 16.
Man, definitely had a brawl for that one, though. Definitely, Newman did not make it easy.
All right, as Hoax steps into our ear there, sorry for the short breaking commentary. I don't know why we don't just hand him a microphone while he's here. But just elaborating on the judge's decision there, there was contact from both drivers in their chase runs respectively. The big thing that made the decision, Newman over-rotating in his chase run, ended up giving Drake the ability to edge out the win.
Sometimes that is just what it is, as we were saying. those little mistakes can just, stack up, and those will be what takes you out. But we've got one driver up to the line, Chandler, as we'll wait to see Show come up to the line for in that chase position.
Chandler, of course, in an 8.6. I don't think that anybody could pry an 8.6 out of his hands if they tried. Driving one in EF today too, I believe, with I believe his qualifying score was an 87.5. So another driver doing double duty right now with OGP and EF.
You love to see it. Drivers with that insane competitive spirit.
Not me.
I definitely couldn't do it.
I would lose focus so fast.
But we're ready to go. Chandler in the lead. Show me in the chase in that E46. As they snap to angle and outside zone 1. Chandler looking nice and comfortable. Show me trying to get into that pocket, trying to settle down that angle. Looking real comfortable getting into outside zone 4, right onto that white line where he needs to be. Show me losing a little bit of proximity, having to claw some of that back. But Chandler definitely just pulling away, not making it easy for him at all, but keeping it nice and smooth. As Stromy starting to get a little bit of proximity across the line.
Yeah, definitely closing the gap towards the end of that run there is Show Me behind Chandler. Very, I would say, interesting run there overall. Not the best, not the worst. Have to see what they're able to do in the other positions. We got them swapped around. It'll be Chandler leading Show Me. Or sorry. I'm getting backwards now. Chandler chasing Show Me. Losing my mind. Show Me in the lead position. Flicks in. Maybe looks like one tire in the first outside zone, but gets it all the way out there in outside zone 2. Chandler putting tire up to the door of the BMW right now in the chase position. So he transitioned through now to outside zone number 4. Chandler making sure not to cause any kind of contact. Show Me painting the white line with the rear tires of the BMW as Chandler punts that clip right out of his way. Coming in outside zone number 5. Chandler not quite up on the door, but very present in the proximity pocket. Now coming through the last outside zone, going to close that gap. Even a little bit of a tire tap going over the line and kind of forcing Show Me into the 360.
You'll love to see it as we take a look back at the replay here. You can see Chandler in the chase. There's points there where he was starting to get real aggressive, and you've seen that proximity, and just a few parts where he just had to buy his time, just back off just a little bit, let Show Me do his thing in the lead. But definitely Show Me was able to show what he could do in that lead, trying to throw down a nice clean line there for Chandler.
Yeah, I will say it did look like there in Show Me's chase run, he actually straightened up, and at one point nearly an inactive chase. So very curious to see what the judges are going to decide on this one. A lot of things to take into account for this battle. Looks like 2 of the judges do have their decisions in already, just waiting on that 3rd judge now. Everybody watching along?
Judge.
Everybody watching along, let us know where you're watching from, if you're one of the drivers, if you're just a viewer, and who are you rooting for?
As we see our judges' decisions come in, and it's going to be all unanimous to Chandler. He's going to be moving on through. Fortunate for Show Me, but definitely still put on a show, as Chandler's going to be taking on Drake in top 16.
All right, and that is going to be rounding out that group. You can take a look right there to see how it all played out in the first portion of this top 32. Looking at our top 16 already for this side of the bracket, it's going to be Marshall taking on Cervantes, the Pudgy Platypi going up against iReal. Sten taking down Brandon Shorten. He'll be facing off against Static Shipbox. And now we've got a battle of 2 OGP drivers right here that we know very much so. Shandor and Drake going to be going head to head. We're going to cut to a short commercial break here, get the next group of drivers loaded in. We'll be right back with a little bit more of your top 32 action after this.
Take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost connection. Take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after that short little commercial break. Had to extend it again, just trying to make sure that everybody gets loaded in and taken care of. We're going to take a look at the 32 bracket going through the second half here. Obviously on the left there, you can see we just talked about before the commercial break who all advanced on already. Right now, going into this first group of the right side of the bracket, it's going to be Tristan Velo to take on the OGP defending champion going into Season 2. Showing up at the pop-up here, Anthony Taylor. And then the second battle, God bless me and you, Riley. It's going to be Vortex to take on Vortex. So that'll be interesting to call. Yeah, not sure how I feel about that. Remerin, Mr. Young, going to be taking on Acid, which, again, I think he might be a little bit too underage to be messing with that kind of stuff right now, but we'll see how he handles it. And then Grizz, another new face to OGP, going to be taking on one of our Season 1 competitors of Diaz.
And later on tonight, we're going to be seeing Mason Snyder take on Rips, as well as Alani taking on Bones, as we got confirmation.
Not anymore.
Oh, correct. Yeah, I forgot that he had unfortunately bow out. So he's going to be getting a bye on to top 16. That'll be nice for him. And then we'll see Starshine and Claudio. And then finally rounding out top 32, Xylus versus TDR Keefe, which should be a barn burner to end it out.
We'll go ahead and while we wait for drivers to get to the line, just talk about some of our sponsors again. Of course, starting everything off right there, Vosan, the premier mod hosting platform for OGP. Find all of our products on there, all the cars, all the tracks, anything that you want to find out about. Drake Drifts, always responsible for the tracks that we run here at OGP, including the Odaiba 2026 fantasy layout you're looking at right now. ESDA, the premier competition sponsor of OGP. A lot of our drivers in the season end up making their way over to the major events with ESDA, depending on where they finish. Grip Royal, the premier sponsor of OGP steering wheels. We have a collab wheel with them. If you're looking for a wheel for your car, for your sim, for anything, go check them out. Gripped Up Mods, aka Mr. Tyler behind the scenes. Another one of our mod hosting platforms. You can find all of our stuff on there if you prefer Gripped Up over Vosan. Kinetik Kreations, responsible for all the liveries that you see on the OGP cars, as well as some of the other stuff going on behind the scenes, like me being in the booth. And of course, speaking of people behind the scenes, couldn't be here without them. X3 Autosports, the backbone of OGP. We did see a little bit of a sneak in there of Augie Customs. I don't know where he was earlier in the layout, but Augie is here too. If you're looking to get some cool custom car stuff made, go check him out.
Absolutely, that guy does it best, and we're proud to have him as a part of our team. Well, we got our first battle coming up to the line here. Got Tristan Velo taking on Anthony Taylor. In an S15, we usually see him in an E36, changing it up. Love to see it. We'll see what these two drivers can do to start out this first group of battles.
Shout out Drake's mom in chat. Hi, Drake's mom.
Hi, Drake's mom. All right, as we're all ready to go here, we're about to send them. Tristan in the lead. What can he do against the defending Season 1 champion? Firing it in. Nice angle through outside zone 1. Now painting that white line all the way around to outside zone 3, but Anthony Taylor not letting him breathe for a second, sticking to that door, and right there with him in outside zone 4. Coming through to the power alley. Nice snappy transitions from Tristan, a little bit wide there, but able to pull it back into the zone. But Anthony Taylor doing what he does best in the chase there. Coming around to the final zone here, and pretty similar, but to what we've seen the entire time. And man, what a great start.
Sorry, I'm reading the YouTube chat and I'm cracking up. One of the competitors, Young, in the chat right now. Anthony Allen Boss Taylor. We've got a new nickname. New nickname for the current points champion, defending champion of the 2026 season. Right now, he's out in the lead position here. Looks like Velo chasing him down. Anthony Taylor initiating in, very nicely done through outside zone number 2 here. Velo, though, just right there on the door, even putting a little bit of a tire mark on the door of the S15. You know, transition through here now outside zone number 4. Very good by both drivers. No contact or any shenanigans there. Perfect on the inner clip. And now utilizing a little bit of left foot brake there to stick that S15 back in the zone in the perfect spot. But Tristan Velo in the chase position there, not going to let that affect him. He's going to dive right back up on the door and absolutely stick it to him across the line and finish it off with another 360.
Me, oh my, what a battle we have here as we take it to the X3 Autosports side-by-side. As we'll take another look at all what went down. You can see Anthony Taylor with a little bit more proximity through that first initial right-hander. But overall, just great runs by these two drivers, absolutely knowing what they're doing. Anthony Taylor with a little clutch kick there through outside zone 5, just having to keep the power going, almost died out there. But Tristan going a little bit wide in that zone on his lead run. We'll see what the judges think as we'll take it to the sliders.
This is a little bit weird seeing Anthony Taylor in a car that is not an E36. You can see right there actually a little bit of a leftover from Season 1. Anthony Taylor spent so much time with the E36 platform, and to see him not running it is a little bit of a shock.
Indeed.
You can also check out right there, one of the things going into Season 2, we are going to be having driver pictures as well as a little display of where the drivers are from. So you can check that up there next to Anthony Taylor's name as we've got that on him, but the judges have made a decision.
And it's one more time, Judge 2 and 3, but going Anthony Taylor, and he will be going on through a split decision for an amazing battle to kick off this first group. And man, I'm excited.
Yeah, very much so. While we have to curb our excitement a little bit because we're getting into the commentator's worst nightmare.
Oh, geez.
Coming up to the line right now, it's going to be Vortex to take on Vortex. So sounds like we're going to be repeating ourselves quite a bit here. This is going to get a little confusing. Luckily, there's only one name, so we can't mess that part up. But
Definitely can't.
So, of course, we've got OSM as the one guy's team. So I see JJ is in the chat right now, just chiming in. One of the OSM guys. So that'll let us, at least know who is moving on, whether it is the OSM Vortex or the regular Vortex. And I will say, as staff of the series, whatever Vortex ends up winning will get to keep their name. The other one, I'm going to make you sign a contract with a new name. We'll figure it out once we get through this.
Luckily, they are in 2 different vehicles, so this will make it a little bit easier. We got the standard Vortex in that Chaser leading first, and then we got OSM Vortex in the E36. So just remember that.
Just to really quickly chime in and answer a question in the chat, the main thing that last battle came down to was Velo, Mr. Kristen, out in the lead position, dropping 2 tires was the main deciding factor.
A little bit of a pre-jump there, but they got it going on the initial start. Vortex leading out Vortex. And big contact. And that's going to send Vortex into the wall. OSM Vortex just getting into the side of him there on initiation. They're still going to continue on this run, put on a little bit of a show here, burn up those tires. But and more issues as the run continues.
Going into Vortex.
We've got Vortex on Vortex violence in this run. Vortex seeming to struggle to let the tire off there.
I don't know if Vortex is maybe stuck in like 4th gear or something in the lead in the Chaser, but it's a little bit of a weird run there. A lot of issues there, a lot of struggle.
We'll line them back up. We'll get the second run underway, and we'll have to see the replay what all was kind of going on. We'll see what Vortex can do.
Jesus. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by Young. One of our competitors is being absolutely hilarious whenever Anthony Taylor is on screen. Just put a very, very funny picture about Anthony Taylor in our competition chat. So, getting a little sidetracked. All right, this time, we just saw Vortex lead out Vortex. Now we're going to switch them around and see Vortex leading out Vortex. Vortex initiates in the lead. Vortex in the chase, trying to get back up onto the pocket of Vortex in the E36. Going a little bit wide there. We see Vortex using a little bit of left foot brake. But Vortex not going to let that upset him too much there, as he does end up actually coming unwound as I say that. Just struggling with the power band is Vortex. But Vortex in the lead, getting all of that outside zone. This is too silly, man. Vortex nowhere in the picture right now in terms of the proximity pocket. Gonna have to play some catch up and get back on Vortex's door. But Vortex filling that last outside zone very nicely. And there at the end, we see Vortex come back into the picture and get right back on Vortex's door.
You can't make this up, and I love it. Just absolute great runs by Vortex. Vortex could have cleaned up a few things. Saw him struggling a little bit back there. But definitely, I think Vortex is going to come away with the win here.
Yeah, I got to say, if I was a judge, I think I'd be voting for Vortex for sure here over Vortex. But, I don't know. It could be Vortex getting the win over Vortex. I don't think it's going to be Vortex winning over Vortex. I think Vortex is going to be Vortex.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the people in chat do agree Vortex just looking a little bit better than Vortex. And just a few mistakes from Vortex just overshadowing Vortex's great run there. But definitely we'll have to see if the judges can figure out which Vortex they want to vote for.
That's going to go into my commentary career highlight reel when I'm like 50 years old.
Oh man, that's going on my LinkedIn.
That's going on the LinkedIn. There it is. Oh my God.
So shout out Fernando Mendoza, constantly updating his LinkedIn.
Wow. So one of the Vortexes in chat there just mentioning that he is super nervous. Unfortunately, very untelling as to which one of the vortexes that is, but oh boy. Oh, we saw decisions. We're no longer seeing decisions.
But here we are, all 3 judges going Vortex's way. The E36 Vortex, just for clarification for everybody. But unfortunately,
somebody get this guy a microphone, please.
But just coming into our ear here, just saying Vortex, that initial contact on that first run in the Chaser Vortex, just unfortunately was a little bit too straight on initiation and just a little heavy on the left foot brake, causing that contact. And as you were saying earlier, this is his first competition in Assetto, and so we are glad that he is here with us, putting it down.
A lot of first timers today.
It's great to see.
That's number 3.
Would love to see
so
him come
far,
around. Love to see him come around a lot more often. Hopefully, maybe not see another Vortex battle. Maybe we can get away from that. But
maybe.
Oh, it was a great blast. It was a blast.
It was pretty good. That was a very interesting, to say the least, set of runs to commentate. But right now, coming up to the line, it's going to be young Rimmer and the guy who's been making me crack up for the last like 15 minutes straight right now, going up against Acid, not taking on Acid. He is not allowed to do that.
And no one really should be taking on Acid. A very, very strong, dangerous thing. But they're ready to go. Young Rimmer in the lead. Acid in the chase. Both in those ever beautiful E36s. No bias at all. But here we are, ready to go. We're sending them. Young in the lead. Big, snappy transition outside zone 1. Acid slowly trying to get up to his door, get that proximity. But Young just painting that white line around outside zone 3, looking smooth. Massive angle into a snappy transition to outside zone 4. But Acid not letting him get away, keeping steady proximity. As they come around outside zone 5, Young looking smooth, keeping the door open for Acid to come into the chase there, as he will do such as around this final corner and across the line.
As my microphone decides that it wants to stop working for a minute, we're back. But one of the things I really liked about that lead run from Young Ramirin in the start of OZ5, utilizing left foot brake instead of just a nice long handbrake drag, making himself nice and smooth and consistent going into that zone. But he did drop a little bit of a tire there, it looked like. So we'll see what happens now that he's chasing down Acid, just for a little bit of an early initiation compared to his lead driver. But Acid filling all of outside zone number 2, now bringing it into outside zone number 3, the momentum zone there. Young giving him a little bit of a love tap there, but not upsetting him whatsoever. Transition through to outside zone number 4. You can see at least 1 tire, maybe 2 from Acid, but corrects himself on the line through the inner clip. Outside zone number 5, though, dropping some tire again, making sure to get it rounded back up throughout the rest of that zone. Now transitioning for the last time through, dropping another tire, it looks like, potentially there in OZ6, and Young giving him a little bit of a tap across the line.
As we'll take it to our replay, you can see the way Ramirin kind of tackled his chase there, sacrificing a little bit of those zones just for the proximity onto the door. We'll see if that can sway his way in this battle. But a good lead run from both drivers. A little few tire drops there from Acid in places Young was able to keep it steady. Definitely a good drive by both of these guys. As we see a new nickname for Young as well, brought to us by Young Everyone's a Breaker Ramirin. I would love the context behind that. But that is hilarious.
I believe that's referring to Young using other people's brakes instead of using his own, but it didn't look like that was the case here. So, and I am seeing again from Bones in the chat, another first timer.
Wow.
This is Acid's first competition as well. So that's pretty cool to see. Putting on a very, very nice battle there to start out your competition career.
Yeah, man, he could have fooled me. He absolutely was turning and burning. And I'm glad a lot of first timers getting their feet wet here at OGP.
Very cool to see. We want everybody to feel welcome here. It's exactly what the pop-ups are for before the season, for people to get the opportunity to jump into some cars, drive a couple of our tracks and see what they're able to do, how they feel about it, maybe even show up for the season.
Yes, and we'll have a amazing next season coming up. We can't talk enough about it.
Well, we could, but we don't have everything finalized. So just a little bit of an insight on what the judges are looking at right now, because we do have a little bit of access into their insight. Taking a look back at the second half of this battle, when Young was in the chase position, we're going to take it to the X3 Autosports side by side here to check it out. Just looking to see what was going on with some initiation stuff, making sure that everything was clean and clear there. Watching back on the replay here, you can see the difference in proximity throughout these chase runs. A couple spots where one driver is closer than the other, but in other spots it's the exact opposite.
Dude, you can see also just in the lead there, Ramirez just throwing a little bit more angle in a few of those zones that Acid was, especially through that power alley, absolutely throwing it down. Not afraid. As we're waiting a final judge's decision here, hopefully we'll see one of these drivers move on.
Yeah, and I'm just going to chime in on what I'm talking about in the chat there. Casper asking about when the next season is. The schedule is not announced yet. Signups have not been announced yet. We're working on some stuff on the back end as of right now, trying to make sure that we have everything correct and ready to go so that we can finalize it all. So just keep an eye out for some announcements. It will be in the OGP server. If you're not in it already, go check out the Oversteer Grand Prix Discord server. That's where we post everything and anything OGP. And also keep an eye on our socials, whether it's OGP itself, whether it's any of the staff team, myself, Riley, Hoaxy, Laws, any of us. We're always going to be going ahead and showing whatever we've got going on behind the scenes whenever we're able to. So keep tuned. As soon as we have an announcement ready, we will let you know.
Absolutely. And you can find our Discord in the description of the live stream here. Just discord.gg/oversteered Grand Prix. We got our own URL. That's how cool we are. You just throw that in your search bar and that will get you right to us. But we got our decision here. And it's going to be unanimously Young Ramirez's way, as he will be moving on. Top 16.
Young Ramirez advancing on. Once again, adding to the idea of a lot of our single first-time competitors getting knocked out here. But I got to admit, every single time that one of the new competitors has gotten knocked out, for the most part, it's been all very good battles. I mean, these guys are coming out here swinging for their first ever debuts.
And the judges had to deliberate on that one. That was a real good battle and a great first showing for Asset. I'd love to see him here a lot more often. Maybe he'll be a little bit of a threat.
Just to chime in as to what exactly occurred there for the judges to make their decision. When Acid was in the lead, there was a failure to initiate. And to answer the question for David in the chat there, the OGP cars are Pro-Am. We have our own car pack. You can go find it on Vosan or Gripped Up Mods right now. We are a Pro-Am series, and we are also a feeder into ESDA, which is our partnered Pro series.
Absolutely. As we got our next battle up to the line here, we got Grizz in the lead, and Diaz, one of our Season 1 drivers in the chase. And that
Third place
BMW 1M. And third place in points. Yes, a very good driver here. He knows how to throw down, but we'll see what he can do against Grizz. New face we have here.
Not to be confused with Grizz, who owns the Shadow Realm stuff. Different Grizz.
Different Grizz. And seems like Diaz not leaving on the start, but Grizz, we're going to go ahead and get him back to the line. Just a little bit of a miscommunication, but we're all good.
Quick little restart, never hurt nobody.
Oh, I don't know. I'm surprised Diaz didn't take an extra minute to warm up his tires as he always does. One of the OGP drivers to usually always try to warm up his tires, but here we go. Grizz out in the lead, Diaz in the chase, flicking it in, pulling it a little bit early of outside zone 1. We're trying to back it up in there into 2. Diaz trying to close up that proximity as they come in outside zone 3. Grizz looking smooth and composed in that lead. Just needs to back it up into that zone just a little bit more. But getting about half of these zones. Like to see him get onto that white line, but Diaz not letting him breathe at all in that chase. He's right up to that door, getting comfortable, setting up a table, and man, just pushing him across the line.
Yeah, Diaz trying to be as aggressive as he can in the chase position. Obviously, his lead car there of, sorry, Grizz, had to clear my throat a little bit there. Grizz having a little bit of an issue getting all the way out to those zones, so Diaz having to play it a little bit careful to not, you know, cause any kind of contact as a result of being on a little bit of a further inside line than usual. We're going to switch him around. This time it's going to be Diaz, your third in points from the season 1. Grizz chasing him down. See what he's able to do here in the chase position now as Diaz initiates in, filling all of outside zone number 1, painting the white line just ahead of OZ2, but comes a little bit further inside afterwards. But Grizz right there in the chase position, a little bit of space between them, but still very much so in the conversation. Has to shallow up a little bit there, not to hit any kind of contact with Diaz in the lead. Now transition through to the 5th outside zone here. We'll see Diaz making his way further inside, very similar to what Grizz did. Now Grizz surging up in the chase position as it looks like maybe ever so slightly a tire drop from Diaz in that last zone. I'm not sure. Judge is going to have a little bit to look at there.
Now we'll take it back to the X3 Autosports side-by-side here. And man, Diaz doing what he needed to do. He was right there on that line across that first turn, but we saw just a few areas where he might have dropped a little bit of tire, but a great lead for Grizz to be able to chase, just not able to get all the proximity there. But great run from these two drivers nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely not a bad battle whatsoever. Very similar from both of these guys, honestly. You see the chase position, Diaz definitely able to close the proximity a lot better than Grizz was. But judges definitely have a lot on the table to take a look at here. They are currently deliberating in the judges' chat. They have a lot of points that they are talking about right now. Hearing that there is some tire drop stuff going on, some transition stuff going on that they're looking at. Couple of things coming into play here.
And the judges have all the beautiful views for all of that to help solidify these decisions for them. A lot more views than we have, and a lot more stuff than we have availability to. So they know what they're doing. They got all the tools at their disposal. They'll come away with the correct decision.
Just
here.
As a reminder, we get to see what you guys are seeing on screen, and right there it is. Unanimously, Diaz, your third in points in season 1, taking the win over Grizz. We'll see Diaz advance on to the top 16, but right now, that's going to round out this group. So we're going to cut it back to another short commercial break, get the next group loaded in, let everybody on the staff team catch a little bit of a break. If you need to get some food or anything like that, go do it now. This is your chance. We'll be right back with the last group of our top 32 after this.
Take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as lost control. Is paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor, the pain is over, feel it, control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as lost control. Is paradise with honesty right now? In the dead of the night, teardrops on the floor. The pain is over, feel the darkness take control.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after another commercial break there. Taking a look at the bracket, you can see who advanced on to the top 16 in that portion of the 32. Anthony Taylor going to be taking on one of the Vortexes, the one with OSN. Then Ramiran advanced over Acid, and Diaz going to be taking him on in the top 16.
And in this upcoming battles we have here, we're going to be seeing Mason taking on Rips. Bones is going to be getting a nice little buy run, and he's going to be taking on the winner of that first battle. Then we're going to see Starshine taking on Claudio, and to round things out, Xylus versus TDR Keefe.
Not a bad lineup going on here.
Not at all. Not a bad look to round out top 32. Well, afterwards, we'll have a lot more action coming up.
Drivers are heading back to the pits. We're going to get our first battle up to the line. And oh, there's a nice little surprise. One of the first ever Kinetik liveries to make their way into a car pack has snuck up on us here. Not driven by a Kinetik driver, but that right there was Chillmate's livery in the SRDL season during the Pro-Am portion of it. That's pretty cool to see here.
That's real cool.
Been a while since I've seen that car. I almost forgot about this.
Well, we got them lined up at the line. Our first battle here. We got them ready to go. Mason in the lead. Rips in the chase in that Infinity G35. First time we're seeing that today. And here we go. Drivers are off. Kicking off this group. They initiate in. Rips right onto the door, trying to tighten up a little bit of that angle, but Mason right there on the white line as he's supposed to be, going almost a little bit wide in outside zone 3, able to get it reeled back in. But Rips not letting him get away for a second as he's right there back to him on that door. Mason going a little bit wide there, almost dropping 2 tires in outside zone 5 as they bring it around to the final zone. Rips rocketing onto that door, sticking right with him across the line.
Yeah, definitely an interesting run right out of the gate there. A couple of spots where we saw Mason just kind of going a little bit wide, like you mentioned, but Rips not letting that really affect him too much. Just getting right back up into the pocket every single chance he can get. We're going to flip him around now, see what that Infinity is capable of doing out in the lead position. First time we've seen that car all day. Of course, Mason driving that Kinetik Esports branded GT86. See how he handles the chase position here. Rips initiates in the G35. Very good. Getting all the way out to the white line through outside zone number 2, though, coming up a little bit short of it. Bringing in outside zone number 3, trying to paint that light line the best that he can. Mason in the chase position. Again, seeming to go a little bit wide in the chase there, causing him to fall off. Gonna have to cut some line, maybe do a little bit of catch up here. Oh, and it looks like Mason almost going 3 tires off there in the chase, possibly. Hard to tell outside of the camera, but not where he wants to be whatsoever. Rip's going to round it out with a very nice outside zone number 6 across the line, and he nailed the 360. I saw it at the end there.
Yeah. As we take it to our replay, look back on both of the runs, what kind of shook down. Mason just struggling a little bit in that chase. Rips just really throwing it down, getting the speed out of that G35, leaving him in the dust. So we see Mason almost go, as you were saying, almost 3 tires off. I think he was able to keep that third on, but definitely a massive deficit that he's going to be fighting in this decision.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to have happen going into a judged call like that. But nonetheless, I mean, both of these guys went out there and they laid everything on the line that they could. So see what the judges have to say. I see 2 of them already have a decision in. Just got to wait on the 3rd judge, see how they're feeling about this battle.
And it looks like we have our decision here. We got 1 vote, Rips, 2 votes, and it's going to be unanimous. Rips will be moving on. Mason, unfortunately, knocked out of top 32.
So that means that in the top 16, we've got our first battle lined up for this group of the 32. It's going to be Rips meeting up with Bones, as Bones again getting the buy run through the 32 because Owawi, unable to be here, had to bow out of competition last minute. So Bones will be advancing on to the top 16. I don't know for sure if we're going to be sending him on his buy run.
Yeah,
Might
we'll get
not,
him.
just to speed up the show.
It looks like we'll be sending him.
Well,
Let him
it
get
looks
his.
like he's coming out.
Yeah, might as well let him get a little shakedown, put a little show on for the people that are here.
Get a lap going as he takes out the lead and chase markers.
We didn't need them anyway. We get those for free, so we don't have to pay for them anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
He's at the line. He's ready to go. We're just going to go ahead and send him. Let's see what he could throw down here.
Well, he's definitely throwing down, that's for sure. Trying to massage the car into the zones a little bit better here. A lot of left foot brake I'm seeing happening. Not too bad there. Not a bad show going on right now. Looks like there's a couple of mistakes in that run that he might want to correct going into the top 16 as he finishes it off with a nice little 360 and a drift back to the pits. But yeah, definitely a couple of mistakes I would look at cleaning up going into your top 16 battle. Obviously, Bones advancing on to the top 16 as it is a buy run here.
Yep.
There it is. Buy run not getting the win this time.
I'm very unfortunate. Very good driver, as we saw throughout season 1. Driver you don't want to take lightly. Has had some. Oh.
Ah!
Oh.
One more time. Byron gotta clean it up. Oh, geez. We're not even into the season yet, and we're already doing this again.
If you weren't with us for season 1, the legacy of Byron and his ongoing battle to hopefully finally get a win still yet to be seen. But we'll pull our next official battle up to the line here. Sunshine versus Claudio. Starshine. See, his name is Sunshine. Sunshine in game, so it was a little confusing for me.
Oh boy.
Starshine in the E36 pulling up to the lead.
A little bit of a reminder for anybody who plans on competing in OGP during the season. If you plan on attending the season, have your in-game name match what you signed up with, please.
Pretty pleased with the cherry on top. Makes it easier for all of us here.
Makes our life so much easier.
And also make sure you're not the same name as someone else. Vortex. But here we go. Next battle on the way. Starshine in the lead. Claudio in the chase in the 350. A little bit of contact. Oh, what is going on there? Phasing through the atoms of that E36. Claudio's going to continue on his run. Oh, he's going to shut it down in outside zone 4 there. As what happened in all of that?
I think that the time wizard from before is coming back to continue to mess with the show.
It looks like Starshine does have like a little bit of maybe ping issue.
Maybe. Quote unquote maybe.
Maybe?
Potentially an issue with ping.
We'll just get a little bit of see what's going on.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a 260 ping is what we're hearing.
Oh, boy.
Although I will say, judges are chiming up about some other stuff that might change the course of things here, but we'll get into that after the next part of the battle. This time it's going to be Starshine in the lead with Claudio chasing. Oh, sorry, Claudio in the lead. I believe the graphic was backwards there, or else I'm just reading stuff in the wrong spots.
Probably.
There we go. Now it's fixed.
Yeah.
All right, Claudio to lead out Starshine there. I thought that was the case. I'm just getting tripped up a little bit. Here we go. Claudio in the 350 initiates in with a big old flick. Starshine having to play a little bit of catch up, cut the line to get back up into the proximity pocket. Does just that, nearly hits him. but manages to hold that E36 back as we see Claudio now transition through, and it looks like Starshine just not on the right line there in the chase position. Claudio now transition through the inside clip, gets that about as good as he can, dropping a little bit of tire, looks like entering OZ5, but manages to round that car right back into the zone, going through the end of it there. Now transition through, you can see the angle difference between these two cars. Starshine lacking a lot of angle to keep up with that proximity.
Well, we'll see what the judges think, especially with what happened on that first run. I'm still a little unsure what all went down, but the judges certainly have their ideas in mind.
It does sound like, regardless of the atom splitting run, either way, it was going to actually be an incomplete on Starshine because of a 3-motion initiation, which I mentioned it during the driver briefing. These guys are not able to use a 3-motion. And right there it is. Judge 1, Judge 2, and Judge 3 make it unanimous. Claudio Miranda going to be advancing on to the top 16 over Starshine.
And I believe that will close out. No, we got one more. My apologies. We're going to see Xylus,
the big one,
taking on Keith. Yeah, the one we've been talking about. All 32.
Xylus, the man who was begging us to let him into this competition. He made it. He made it. One of the guys bowed out or wasn't able to show up for the driver briefing. Xylus was there. He was ready. He's ready to rock. He's going to be taking on Mr. Keith, somebody I've driven against myself. Very, very tough competitor.
Xylus rolling up in that 240, hoping to give that car a little bit of a better showing, as we've seen earlier, a few mistakes in a previous run.
A little bit of a different car than what we're used to seeing Xylus in.
Indeed.
Oh, there it is. The big boat. Whether it's OGP, whether it's Shadow Realm, whether it's VDC, Mr. Keith, the big body boat boy, has made his way to the line in another JZX. Good heavens.
Oh, man. Both of these cars needing a good showing after what we've seen previously out of them, but here we go. Xylus in the lead, Keith in the chase. What can they do? Initiating in, massive angle from Xylus. You love to see it. Keith trying to pull down some proximity there through outside zone 2. They get into outside zone 3, starting to really get onto the door. Some snappy transitions into outside zone 4. Xylus through the power alley. Not a ton of angle, but Keith absolutely slinging it in there through outside zone 5. Trying to get right up to the door of Xylus. But he's keeping it nice, neat, and clean through outside zone 6, right onto that white line, giving him Keith all the opportunity to get right onto his door.
That was a wonderful, wonderful first half of this battle here. Xylus pinning the limiter to the floor in the S chassis, but Keith just right there with him the whole way. And I want to give a bit of a shout out to one of our drivers that we saw there, Bones, who just did his buy run on the 350. Going into the comp chat, letting Awali know that they had a good battle. So gonna switch them around. It's gonna be Keith now to lead out Xylus. Xylus in the chase position right there on the door, not giving Keith any room to breathe through the first portion of this course. Backs off a little bit in the momentum zone to give Keith a little bit of space to do what he's got to do. Keith in the lead though, putting on a great lead run, painting the white line through the start of outside zone 4 in that JZX. You see Xylus right there, bumper to bumper transition, putting bumper and tire to the door of that JZX. Transition through for the last time there. Keith getting all the way out to the zone. Comes out a little bit early there, but Xylus, oh my goodness, right there the whole time. How exciting is that?
Absolute excitement. And we knew these two guys were going to absolutely throw it down. Saw Keith there struggling with a little bit of proximity within those zones. But Xylus, absolutely no fear, just throwing it right onto his door, setting it and forgetting it.
What a set of runs. I mean, it really doesn't get much cooler than that. You got Xylus in the lead, absolutely pinned on a limiter. Keith getting up into the proximity pocket. Some places he's closer than Xylus in the chase, some places it's the other way around. But Xylus in the chase position, oh my goodness, what a set of runs right there.
Absolutely, as we'll take it to the Grip Reel Grand Decision. And hopefully the judges can pick out a winner here.
I wouldn't want to be a judge right now.
Absolutely not. We say it time and time again. Every event we do, judges by far have the hardest jobs here. And I envy their skill and poise to be able to do this day in and day
Everybody in
out.
the chat watching along, what do you think? Do you think Keith's going to take the win? Do you think Xylus is going to take the win? Or are we going to see these guys go one more time?
Well, we got one vote already for one more time. People want to see it again. I know I would certainly want to see it again.
People want. I'd love to see this one again. That was such a great battle right there. That's exactly what we want to see, but it looks like the judges' decisions are in.
And it's going to be 1, 2, and a split decision. But, oh, coming back. Oh, Judge 2 going one more time, and Judge 3 going one more time. We're going one more time.
One more time.
How about that? A little bit of a change of decision, but a welcome one, as we'll see these two absolute juggernauts go at it again.
Couple of insights from the judges just to tell everybody what they are looking for between them. They did, throughout the overall portion of the course and their chase runs, have very similar proximity to each other. Of course, Xylus was maybe a little bit more aggressive with his, but they were still very close. We did see a tire drop from Keith in the lead position there. And it sounds like there was a lot of left foot brake coming from Xylus in his lead position. So have to see if these guys are able to clean it up, but we're ready for the second portion of this. Get to see them do it one more time. Oh my God. Exciting.
Man.
Exciting battle.
Absolutely on the edge of my seat right now. As here we go. We're ready to line them up, get them going for the start of this one more time battle to close out top 32 competition. Let's see it.
Maybe.
Here we go. Judges are ready. Everyone's ready. Let's send them. Xylus in the lead. Keith, big body boy in the chase. Xylus firing in, massive angle, right onto that white line where he needs to be. Keith not letting him get away. He's trying to get up to that door through outside zone 3. He's going to close up some of that proximity there. Has to back off coming into 4. Xylus, almost a little bit of a little tire drop there. Keith not letting that phase them as they come into outside zone 5. Keith having to back off just a little bit, over angling. But Xylus absolutely pouring it on, keeping it on the white line. Going a little bit over there and almost a little checkup. But Keith able to stick right there with him across the line.
Going into the one more time, such a great first part of this battle right here. Did see a couple of errors there. Looked like Xylus in OZ6 having to correct and had a tire drop as part of that correction. Just maybe sending it a little bit too deep there, but what a good start to this one more time battle. See what they're able to do now that they're flipped around. It's going to be Keith in the big boat out in front. Xylus chasing him down, and again, bumper to bumper on the initiation. Xylus is right there with him. Keith in the lead, getting all of that outside zone. Now bringing it to OZ3 where the momentum zone is. Not having to use an inch of it. Xylus a little bit shallow on angle this time, but using that to transition right back up into the pocket. Getting about as close as he can. Bumper to bumper on that transition. Bumper to bumper again. How close can you get to the lead car as Keith transitions through for the last time into OZ6? Not having to correct this time. Very good fluent line through that last zone, but Xylus right there the whole way through.
Man, it gets better and better with these drivers as we'll take it to the replay. I think we see still a little bit of, I don't want to say lack of zone proximity from Keith, but we saw in that last zone just peeking out a little bit more than we want to. But man, these drivers keeping it smooth. They know what they're doing, and they're throwing out a great show for us today.
Yeah, great show indeed. I mean, looking at this battle, this is an OMT. These guys came in after that first amazing battle. They knew that they had some stuff to put on the table. Give the judges a reason to choose one over the other. They are just swinging at one another. I mean, they want to win. They don't want to be packing it up. They don't want to pack their in the trailer and go home. You know, got to be a little bit PG there. Keep some censorship going. You guys know what we're talking about. But wow, just what a set of battles. The first battle, the OMT battle. I wouldn't want to be judging this again. I mean, it's just so close.
Absolutely not. And we want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think? Who do you think won? Do we see this possibly go one more time? Another time? Maybe. Hopefully we got enough to get a decision here. We'll have to
Speaking
wait.
of packing it on the trailer, it looks like Chandler in the chat loading his car, the IRL toy, onto the trailer right now. And we're rounding out the top 32 right here. So this is the last battle of 32. See what the judges have to say. Just waiting on them to make their decision here. No judges have a decision in here whatsoever yet. Now one comes in. Just waiting on the other two here. Very excited to see which way this is going to go. Is it going to be Xylus? Is it going to be Keith? Or are we going to see them go one more time? I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see them one more time. I mean, I wouldn't be against it again. Pretty good set of drivers right here going against each other. So I don't know, though. Judges deliberating very heavily, trying to make sure that they get the right call in. And yeah, I wouldn't want to judge this. This is such a great set of runs right here. The first battle was already exciting enough. Then they come into the OMT, absolutely swinging at each other, trying to get their mistakes corrected. Good Lord.
And we'll just have to see who will be taking on Claudio in top 16. This is what it all comes down to. But one of them has to go, one of them has to advance. As we start to see more decisions come through. One more.
Yeah, one more to go yet. We got one more judge still waiting on them to make their call here. Getting some insight, looking at what they're talking about. The last judge has made their call. It's going to be one vote OMT, another vote OMT, unanimously. Oh, wait, hang on. They're edging us. Wait, they're edging us. Hold on. Okay, yep. One judge OMT, two judge OMT. All right. Okay, oh, one judge going Xylus, one going OMT, and it's a split decision down the middle. They're going one more time.
Oh,
good
my
Lord,
goodness.
they are really racking our brains up here in the
They're pump faking us left and right.
Holy cow.
We swear this isn't scripted. We're just having a good time up here. But man, get to see these guys go at it again. But we have to see a decision here. It all comes down to this. They get one more times and that's it. So this has to be our decision maker for these two guys, and they got to bring all the stops, clean up all the mistakes, and hopefully we'll see another barn burner.
Yeah, and just to give some insight while they're coming back to the line as to why that battle went OMT, there were 3 tire drops, not consecutively, like not at the same time, but 3 tire drops from Xylus out in the lead, whereas Keith did not have any, but Xylus had the overall better chase.
Yeah, just tit for tat. So like we've said, that sometimes it's just those tiny mistakes can hold you back, but we're ready to go. And a little bit of a hold up there. We'll re-rack them. Xylus will expertisely reverse back through the cones.
Couldn't do that if I tried. I'd be killing my car.
I would somehow end up underneath the map. But we're back. We got them lined up. And here we go. One more time, battle part 2. Xylus in the lead, throwing it out. Keith right there with them, getting right onto that white line, wherever he needs to be. Dropping a little bit of tire there, making that little bit of mistake again, but Keith right there, not letting him get away. Xylus banging off the limiter as he only knows how. Keith right there. Xylus keeping it nice and smooth, allowing Keith to get up right into the door there. He just sends it into outside zone 5. Has to back off just a little bit, maybe a little too much dip on the chip. But Xylus nice and clean through outside zone 6, exactly what he needed to do. Keith right there with him.
That was a new one right there. A little bit too much dip on the chip. I like that. That's a good call right there. That's unique. Wow, man. What a first half of this OMT battle. I mean, I think that was just phenomenal. So good. We're going to switch them around here. See what Xylus is able to do in the chase behind Keith in the big old boat. Going to come out swinging already. Nice initiation. Not as bumper to bumper as we've seen before. So Xylus trying to dial on his mistakes. Looking like washing a little bit wide there in the chase position this time. But Keith in the lead, just absolutely dialed right now. Transitioning through to outside zone number 4. Painting the white line, but comes a little bit early towards the center of that zone. Weird little transition there through the inside clip, and now Xylus diving right back up onto the door of the JZX. Not as clean as Keith did it, though, to him. Coming through the last zone here. See it again, just trying to get that tire up to the door, and oh my God, what a battle. I think this is the hardest one yet.
They just keep getting better and better. And you were mentioning through that transition a little hesitantly there, just because Xylus ended up getting a little too close, causing a little bit of contact, a little bit of a shakeup there for Keith, but able to get things corralled, but also going a little wide there, a little bit of contact there from Xylus in outside zone 5. But a few mistakes here and there, but cleaned up a few. Xylus a lot better through outside zone 6 in his lead. Definitely that was an area he needed to clean up. But man, it is not getting easier for these judges in the slightest.
No, one of the things I will note there, we just saw it on the X3 Autosport side-by-side. The big body JZX of Keith missing a lot of outside zone number 2. Only kind of gets in it about halfway through there, so that's definitely a big mistake right off of the rip. But Xylus in the chase looks like having a little bit of issues compared to how he was running before, falling back in a couple of spots. But I mean, for this to be the third battle for these guys in a row, what? You can't ask for better competition than that in your top 32.
Absolutely not. We knew coming in that this was going to be the battle to watch. These are two absolute juggernauts that know what they're doing, and guys that have driven against each other quite a few times.
Many times.
So they know each other like the back of their hand at this point. And man, they are not afraid to throw it all out there. As hopefully
take it to the YouTube
we'll
chat. What do you guys think? I see a couple votes for Keith. They can't go one more time, so is it going to be Keith? Is it going to be Xylus? Who's taking it? Who's going to the 16 to face off against Claudio?
And man, you got to be nervous if you're Claudio. I've seen these guys go again and again and again, but hey, that's good film. You know how these guys are going to drive. Definitely two very good drivers at the top of their game today. But one has to go home.
Throwing down. Judges are just deliberating. Got a couple mistakes to look at here, see exactly what mistakes led to what. Want to make sure the right calls are made throughout competition here, even if it is a pop-up. It's all for fun, it's all for bragging rights, but at the end of the day, somebody's got to win, somebody's got to go home.
Indeed. Just await the final decision here as we take it all in, catch our breath again, as we'll get ready for top 16 shortly after. But it all comes down to this. This will be our final battle. We'll see our full bracket after this. Well, we got to see who won first.
Yeah, while we have a minute while the judges are making their decision, just want to give another huge shout out to Grip Royal, one of our premier sponsors here at OGP. They handle our steering wheels. So if you want to get a cool steering wheel for your sim, if you want to get a sick steering wheel for the car, IRL, if you want to get it for your golf cart, if you want to get it for a go-kart, if you want to get it for your boat. I mean, I've already seen a Grip Royal wheel on a couple of different boats out there. So, I mean, you can get a wheel from them for anything. But if you hit up your OGP staff team, we actually have a collab wheel with them. It's pretty cool. Some of our season winners, our champion, goes home with the steering wheel. So that's always a pretty cool thing to see. But yeah, a lot of really cool stuff coming on with them. They've got some pretty cool collab stuff going on, all kinds of different wheels, wood grain. They've got the nice finishes, all kinds of different colors, tones to them. Super, super cool company, and we're very appreciative of them being a part of OGP. Here it is. 2 judges, third one making it. Xylus is moving on over Keith. Xylus is taking the win. We're going to go ahead and get the final decision from the judges to find out what's going on, what led to the call here. They're letting us know. They're letting us know what's going on right now. Just bear with us. We'll get an answer for everybody. There's a lot of votes for Keith going on there, but again, judges see a lot more than we do.
Just touching on chat here. Yes, you can get a wheel for your lorry. course you can.
All right, so hearing from Hoax, the man behind the booth, all the production going on here, judges are deeming the main reason as to what exactly occurred here between Keep and Xylus in Keep's lead position. Missing a lot of outside zone number 2, and throughout a lot of the rest of the run there, just not following the proper line down to perfection. That's going to be the key contributing factor giving Xylus the win over Keith. Right now, just taking a look at our top 16 bracket here, see what we got shaped up for us. First half of top 16, we got Marshall taking on Tortuga C. Cervantes. Pudgy Platypi going to be taking on iReal, 2 of our OGP competitors from season 1 there. Sten taking on Static Shipbox, and to round out that half of it, it's going to be L2L Drake, the maker of the track, taking on Chandler Frederick Osbo Lover Crawford.
And coming into our second group there of top 16, we're going to see Anthony Taylor, season 1 champion, taking on OSM Vortex, the one Vortex to make it out of that Vortex battle. And we're going to see Young Ramiran taking on Diaz. Those 2 drivers have had a lot of showings in our first season as well together. Then we're going to see Rips taking on Bones. And to round things out, Claudio taking out the most likely very exhausted Xylus to round out top 16.
And just want to give a huge shout out to both Keith and Xylus. For everybody watching along, you can see the wonderful, wonderful sportsmanship between these two. Absolutely ecstatic to go against one another. Both of them shaking right now. Such good battles, such great sportsmanship from both of those guys. Give it up for them. They're great. They just threw down one heck of a battle for us all here. But we're going to go ahead and get ready for the first group of top 16 to load in. So we're going to cut to another short commercial break here. We'll be right back with more action.
Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as lost control. Is paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor, the pain is over, feel the darkness take control.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to OGP here at the pop-up comp at Odaiba. We'll take a look at our top 16 bracket here, wonderfully made by our very own Hoaxy. As we'll see our first couple battles here in this left half. We'll see Marshall E36 taking on C. Cervantes Tortuga, which should be a good battle. And we got the Pledgy Platypi. Always will trip me up. I'm not good with following letters like that. Pudgy, we'll just call him Pudgy for now, taking on Ireal. A few guys that have had a few battles with each other in Season 1. And we'll see Sten taking on Static, as well as Drake and Chandler. Rounding out the first group here. Our boy Strep is currently out making popcorn, as everyone else should be too, because man, it is going to be a absolute show coming up here in top 16. We're going to be flying through it here. And once again, just a shout out to all of our partners, Kinetik Kreations, for all the work he does with the liveries on all of our Pro-Am cars. Obviously, all of us at X3 Autosports love to be here to put on this show for you guys. Augie Customs, if you need a custom car made, he's the guy to talk to. Amazing work done for him. We've gotten some beautiful cars from him. And Vosan, our premier mod workshop, where you can get all of our mods, car packs, and tracks made by our very own Drake Drifts from Team Lock to Lock, helping us out, making sure we're looking stiffy and snazzy week in and week out. And ESDA, obviously our premier sponsor. And all these guys again driving for an opportunity to be able to drive in some of their events throughout our seasons. But we're ready to go here. We're letting the drivers finish up a few of their practice runs. So we'll see Marshall and Cervantes up to the line first. So these guys will finish up as Strep continues to make his popcorn.
No, I'm here.
Oh, he's here.
Gotta get something in my stomach, man.
I was telling you, I mean, shoot, it's an absolute show going on, and you can't have a good show without some popcorn.
No, you cannot.
Are you a butter only kind of guy?
I am rocking the movie butter right now.
All right. I know there's a few people out there that like to get like some of those the season shakers that have
I do
like,
enjoy some
cheese
seasoning.
and spices.
Do enjoy some of that every now and then.
I know, definitely being at the PC right now, don't want to gunk up the keyboard too much with all of that extra stuff. I know that would certainly get on my nerves. But we got Cervantes up to the line. I think he's ready for his battle. So we'll just finish up our practice runs here.
Just waiting on these guys to get back to the line here. We'll get this top 16 underway.
Looks like Marshall is making his way around. He'll be leading out first. Cervantes will be giving chase in that Alteza, as he should be making his way around here soon. He is making his way around the pit roll now. Kick off top 16 for what has already been a real exciting pop-up comp. Here we go. They're at the line. They're ready. These drivers have been waiting the longest out of everybody. So they got the rust shaken off and they're ready to go. And they're off. Marshall leading out. Nice smooth snap to angle. And oh, massive contact there from Cervantes getting into the side of him. Able to keep it on track and keep it on angle. But definitely a little bit of a mistake there. See how things can get cleaned up through the rest of this run. Here's Marshall, just goes a little bit wide there in outside zone 4. Cervantes sticking with him though, not letting him get away as he slots in right into that door and outside zone 5. Not breaking away for a second. It's Marshall nice and smooth through outside zone 6. A little bit of a tire drop, but Cervantes unfazed.
Yeah, definitely a couple of mistakes already right out of the gate. Obviously, that contact definitely going to be the big one, but quite a few mistakes throughout this entire run. Trying to clear the popcorn out of my throat. Here we go. Cervantes out in the lead now. Marshall to chase him down. Marshall trying to go for a side-by-side initiation. It's not going to work out very well for him there. See him having to really fight that car to get back into the pocket here and struggling, just constantly surging to the door, backing off. Cervantes, though, really smooth out in the lead position, drops at least one tire there. Now transition through the inside clip. We'll see Marshall try to surge back up onto the door and outside zone number 5, and he does just that here. As Cervantes absolutely painting the white line with that right rear tire. Into the last outside zone, we'll see Marshall pushing and hitting him across the line here, trying to make Cervantes get through that course as fast as he can.
And we'll take a look back here at the X3 Autosports side-by-side, and just Marshall trying to get right onto the door from the jump, but just ultimately backfired and carried him into outside zone 3, just struggling to get back to that door, get back into the zone. But both drivers with a little bit of a failed 360 to end the battle as well before we cut away. But that was a nice little try from both of those guys. Definitely a few things that needed to be cleaned up throughout these runs. A little messy from both drivers, but we'll see what the judges think and see if we get ourselves a little decision here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of things to look at there. The contact, a very major part of this decision, I'm sure. Giving the judges a lot to look at as we get into our top 16. This is the first battle. You can see, though, 2 of our judges already have a decision in. And there's a third one.
And it will be going 1 to Marshall, 2 Marshall, and it will be unanimous. Marshall moving on through to the Great 8. Fortunately, Cervantes knocked out here, and I believe just from that contact into that first outside zone, just a little bit too much to sway the scales.
And we've already got our first driver moving on to the gripped up Grade 8.
I love that.
We got to give our partners something.
Exactly. I was just talking about that earlier with Hoaxie. I was like, dude, we need to have like sponsored rounds, and I love the gripped up Grade 8.
Well, the gripped up Grade 8 ain't going anywhere yet. Still got to get through the rest of this top 16 right now. Coming up to the line, we've got an Altezza on Altezza battle. It's going to be the Pudgy Platypi taking on Ireal.
Yes, as we were saying earlier, Ireal flying his own flag away from the Kinetik camp. Obviously, we loved him there, and we love him still. So he'll see what he can do against the Platypi. And we're all ready to go. Judges are ready. And we're going to send them. Pudgy Platypi out in the lead in that red Altezza. Ireal giving chase. Synchronous snap to angle from both of these drivers. A little bit off the mark in outside zone 2, and the Pudgy Platypi going a little bit wide there in outside zone 3. But Ireal keeping with them, keeping nice proximity, not getting too overconfident. Takes out that inner clip there as they float into outside zone 5. Pudgy Platypi putting that Altezza right where it needs to be. Ireal getting real aggressive coming into outside zone 6, trying to get it right onto that door, and he will across the line.
Yeah, going into outside zone number 5 there. That was a beautiful and well-timed dive up onto the door of the Pudgy Platypi from Ireal. Just getting right up into the pocket. Nice, aggressive, but still smooth and consistent at the same time. A couple spots there where the Pudgy Platypi was going a little bit wide and off of the line. Switching around. Going to be Ireal in the lead this time. Platypi chasing him down, initiates in. Coming out of outside zone number 1 a little bit early, it looks like, and having him massage the car back into outside zone number 2 there. Coming into OZ3, you can see Pudgy Platypi right there on the door, keeping that proximity nice and tight. OZ4, you see Ireal just kind of in the middle of it towards the beginning. He gets all the way out there. Coming into OZ5, the Pudgy Platypi is right there. Not having to dive, he is already pleasantly right there in the pocket. Right here. Coming in OZ6 though, you see Pudgy Platypi having to let off of the throttle quite a bit to not cause any kind of contact as they both go for that twin 360.
We'll take a look back here at the replay, see what all kind of shook down. It seems like those zones are probably going to be what's the tail of the tape here. Possibly chase-wise, is Pudgy Platypi seeming to do a little bit more in that first part of the run as Irail slowly started to turn things up coming around. See that dive into outside zone 4. With both drivers, little mistakes here and there, but overall I'd say pretty even in what they were doing out on track. But we'll see what the judges think. We already got 2 decisions in.
Yeah, just waiting on the last judge to make their call as I'm over here munching away on a little bit more of my popcorn in between these runs. Honestly, not a bad battle. There were some very exciting moments in there. That dive from Iriel going into OZ5 in his chase. What a well-timed maneuver there. Make it absolutely stick. Here it is. Judges have their decisions in. It's going to be one judge going to the Platypi, one judge going to Iriel. And it is 2 judges going to Iriel. Iriel advances on, taking the win over the Pudgy Platypi. We'll see him take on Marshall in the gripped up grade 8.
And oh man, split decision between these judges. Judges 1 really thinking Pudgy got that win, but overall, Iriel walking away with what was a pretty good battle between these two. As we'll see our next 2 drivers make their way up to the line. We'll see Sten taking on Static. Static had a pretty good showing in his top 32 battle, but definitely some things that we would want to see him get cleaned up, as we know he can be an absolute knockout driver. We'd like to see a little bit of that on display as we're waiting on Sten to make his way to the line. He'll be leading off first. As we hear him there in the distance lighting him off as he makes his way around. That always beautiful E36. No bias at all.
No bias here.
No bias. If you know anything about X3 Autosports, you know no bias with E36s. But we got them lined up. Here we go. Everyone ready and set to go for this second battle of top 16, or third battle, top 16, my apologies. Sten in the lead, Static in the chase, ready to go. We're lighting them off. And they're off. Here we go. Massive snapped angle there from Sten. Static a little shallow there, having to pull in a little bit more angle. Sten dropping a little bit of a tire there, coming into outside zone 3. Static right there with him. Coming around outside zone 4, a little bit of contact there. Static having to get right back up to that door. He will try to do so in outside zone 5. Sten keeping it nice and smooth, keeping it calm and composed around outside zone 6. Trying to put on a good lead line here as he goes wide across the line. Static right there with him.
Definitely a little bit of a messy run, honestly, on both sides at times there. But gotta say, Static looking a little bit different than what we saw in the 32 earlier. Nowhere near as consistent on that run as what we've seen before from him. Got him switched around now. Gonna be Static out in the lead, Sten chasing him down. Initiates in bumper to bumper is Sten in the chase. Static trying to fill those zones the best he can. Gets all the way out at the end of OZ2. Coming into OZ3 though, Sten is right there. He is putting pressure on the door of Static. Oh, but major failure on the transition there from Sten. Just absolutely mistiming it, causing himself to straighten. Oh, and a little bit of contact there going into OZ5. Not sure if that was an over rotation on Static or Sten maybe just kind of going a little bit too hard, but wow. a major mistake there from Sten in the chase position.
Absolutely not what you want to see, especially with how the run was going so far. Static putting down a pretty good lead line there, allowing Static to get into that pocket. Just getting a little too over aggressive. We'll see here in the transition from 3 to 4. Just unfortunately not able to keep the power down and has to straighten up that car. You hate to see it. Unfortunately, I think that's what's gonna fortunately do it in for him. But both drivers definitely a few mistakes here and there. Love to see them get cleaned up. But Static, pretty good lead run, allowing Sten to get up into there.
Yeah, definitely an interesting issue there. Not too sure what's going on. Hearing in the chat, maybe some potential lag issues going on, but I gotta admit it did look on the stream like it was pretty clean cut and dry. Just maybe not able to make that transition stick there in the chase position behind Static, but the judges are already making their decisions. See which way this is going to go here.
I'm just waiting on the final. One of the judges revoked their choice, as we'll wait to see who will be moving on. Face winner of Drake and Chandler to the grade 8. Obviously, two great drivers. Here, we'd love to see them on a little bit of a better show, but we know the skill they have. We know they're great drivers. We're always happy to see them out here with us at OGP. Still awaiting the judge's call. Possibly looking over that little mistake to see what truly all went down there.
Well, in other news, I have finished my popcorn.
Hey. A win. This is a win for everybody.
This is a win. Now I just got to get the kernels out of my throat.
That's the one thing I hate about popcorn. Like, it always finds a way to get stuck in my teeth, and I can't get it out.
Always. Never fails.
Never fails.
That is taking a little bit of time here, just trying to deliberate the call. Obviously, there is a lot on the table right now between these two. One of the major points of contention, just trying to figure out what exactly happened with Sten going into the chase run portion with OZ number 4 there. Not quite sure.
The judges certainly want to make sure they make the right call. They have all the telemetry data and camera angles they need to be able to see way more than we can here on stream. They're using all of those tools to their full potential. As we'll just hang out here and chat with you guys in the live stream. How you feeling? How you doing? What you guys snacking on? Hoping you guys are having a great time. We're having a great time. It's always a blast when we get to do these. And man, it's been a while. It's great to be back.
Anthony Taylor trying to make us hungry right now. He's got some buffalo chicken and a Cutwater.
I'll tell you what, I have been fiending for some Buffalo Wild Wing ever since I got back from my little vacation. As we got our decision here, got one vote for Static, 2 votes, and it's gonna be a little bit of a split decision, with Static coming away with the win. Judge 3 thinking one more time, but overall Sten, unfortunately, a little straightened, most likely doing it in for him. As we'll see Static move on to the grade 8.
Yeah, now we got to find out who is going to be meeting him in the Gripped Up Grade 8, as it's going to be Drake to take on Chandler. This should be another absolute banger of a battle. I believe actually just a little bit ago over in another competition, I believe Drake actually went out against one of Chandler's teammates, so maybe looking to get a little bit of revenge for himself here. See if he's able to do just that.
A little redemption battle.
As our production guy is losing his mind.
It's usually always a good sign when he is. We got both drivers up to the line. They're ready to go. Drake in the lead. Chandler in the chase. Everyone's ready. Here we go. And they're off. Drake in that E36. What can he do? Nice smooth initiation. Trying to get out to the outside zone 2. Doesn't really fill much of that zone, but able to grab outside zone 3. Chandler just sticking around with him. Nothing too crazy as he throws it onto the door and outside zone 4. Oh, a little bit of contact through transition through the power alley there. Chandler just getting a little too close. But Drake trying to keep things nice and fluid. Chandler trying to find his opportunity to get on the door, as he will right there through outside zone 6 and across the line.
Yeah, it seems like the unfortunate tale of consistency is happening in the wrong spots here for Drake. Just really struggling with outside zone number 2 today. All of his runs so far are not really able to fill that all the way out to the white line. But now it's going to be all eyes on Chandler in the lead, see what he's able to do out there, and we'll see how Drake responds in the chase position. This is the track he's made, so he's very familiar. As Chandler initiates in, Drake using a little bit less angle to get back up into the pocket, but he does get right back up to the door of Chandler in the 8.6. Coming through outside zone number 3 there, tire to fender. Coming in outside zone number 4, Chandler putting that rear tire all the way out to the white line. Very nicely done through the power alley from both of these guys. Oh, and Drake almost hits him, but barely managed to keep it off. Potentially, it looks like Chandler does go a little bit wide there, dropping some tire. Coming through the last outside zone here, though, Drake putting on the pressure.
And we'll take it in a 360 to boot. Love to see it. As we'll take a look back at the X3 Autosports side by side here, we'll see a little bit, I'd say a little more smoother of a lead run from Chandler, really getting Drake the opportunity to get on that door and really push him around the track, honestly. But we'll see here coming up in the outside zone 5, Chandler, I believe, almost dropped 2 tires out in that zone. So we'll have to see what that kind of plays into the judge's decision here. And a little checkup of angle into that final outside zone 6. Just throwing a little bit too much in there. But we'll await the judge's decision to see who will be moving on to face Static.
Yeah, the question to be, will it be Chandler continuing his team's success over Drake today? Or will Drake be coming back for revenge and taking down Chandler here in the top 16? Either way, one of them going to be going against Static. It's just a matter of time until we find out, as the judges are deliberating already, trying to figure out what exactly occurred here, especially with that little bit of contact we saw in the power alley. Definitely a point of contention right there.
Definitely a lot of things to look at for these judges. Comparing run to run, definitely there was no real standout in either. Obviously, both drivers excelling in their own retrospective areas of each run. It's just having to kind of weigh those options and seeing how the scales will tip for them. Because obviously we saw Drake a lot closer on proximity throughout his chase, but Chandler also able to keep it a little bit smoother through his lead and really give Drake the opportunity to do so. Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, judges are definitely making sure that they review everything going on here. I know they're already talking about the contact from Chandler in the chase there. Very, very heavy point of contact, to make note.
And coming through that transition area.
Seems like the runs might have been pretty even in the eyes of the judges. They are looking for every little mistake possible here. One judge already has their decision in, so one of them is just letting the other two go at it, and here we go. Call is in. Judge number 1 going to Drake. Judge 2 going to Drake. Making it unanimous, it is 3 judges voting for lock-to-lock Drake, advancing on to the Gripped Up Grade 8. We're going to go ahead and take a short commercial break while we get the next half of the top 16 bracket loaded in. We'll be right back with you guys with the remainder of our top 16 action after this.
your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Is paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Is paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
and gentlemen, we are back with more of your top 16 action here. Taking a look at the bracket, what we got coming. We got your current defending champion here at the pop-up, Anthony Taylor, going to go ahead and take on one of the Vortexes, the one who came out on top in their Vortex on Vortex action. Then we got Remerin taking on Diaz. That should be a pretty good battle lined up for us. Diaz was third in the points, young, repeating competitor over there in OGP.
And to round things out, we're going to be seeing Rips take on Bones. Bones we've yet to see actually have a battle, as he got that nice snazzy bye run into the top 16 here. We'll see what he can do against that pretty consistent, pretty fast G35. And then round things out, we got Claudio against a hopefully well-rested Xylus after his 2 one more time battle against Keith in the top 32. Man, we got a lot more action and a lot more amazing battles here to watch as we start to round things out and really finalize this bracket.
Yeah, we're getting down into the nitty-gritty of it, just trying to figure out who all we're going to be seeing go on to the Gripped Up Grade 8 here. Once we get into the Gripped Up Grade 8, we run it all the way out to the finals, so we're getting down to the last good portion of the event here.
Indeed, all gas, no brakes from here on out. But we got our first battle here. Anthony Taylor versus Vortex. We'll see what Vortex can do against a very stout competitor we've seen time in and time out here at OGP. Can he be the one to take him down? We'll find out as we are ready to send him. Here we go. Anthony Taylor initiating in synchronous, beautifully done by both these drivers, and right onto the door. Vortex not afraid to bring it to Anthony Taylor, but he's absolutely laying it down right now in the lead, giving him all the opportunity to get right up to him. Come on, bring it, he says, as they run around outside zone 5, throwing it right onto the door. Vortex, you love to see it. Anthony Taylor doing what he does best, keeping it consistent, keeping it smooth. The man Vortex not backing down an inch.
Yeah, one of the things that I always mention whenever you're going against somebody like Anthony Taylor, who is the current defending OGP champion, somebody that well seasoned, when you're chasing them down, you know that you can trust them. So it's very easy to just absolutely send it behind them, stick it to their door. You know that they're going to be good and consistent. And Anthony Taylor constantly battling shadows of himself. Every car he's gone against so far has been an E36. So we'll see what they do in the other position now. Vortex initiates in. Anthony Taylor mimicking just like what Vortex did, getting it right up onto the door. It looks like maybe a tire drop from Vortex in OZ2. Now bringing it into OZ3, cleaning it up really nice. Anthony Taylor just diving right back up onto the door in OZ4, perfectly placing that S chassis in the proximity. Bumper to bumper on the transition, barely touching wheel to wheel as Anthony Taylor putting it on the door of Vortex, getting as close as you can, showing why he is the defending champion here. Oh, and contact as they cross the line.
Man, let's take a look at this replay. We'll have to really look at just basically the proximity between these two guys' chase. And I believe that's what it's all really going to come down to. A little bit of mistakes there in the lead by Vortex, but a few things not too shabby. But man, look at the transition through that transition there through the power alley from Anthony Taylor. Not afraid at all, and he knew he was going to throw it down. Just confidence. Love to see it from these two guys. Anthony Taylor, man, a little wheel hop there from them touching the front tires. Wow. First time I've seen that.
Yeah, definitely a wild battle unfolding here. We'll have to see how the judges feel about it. There were definitely some mistakes, honestly, on both sides here. I saw some mistakes from Anthony. I saw some mistakes from Vortex. What an interesting battle. There's a couple of things that we haven't really seen happen with Anthony Taylor before, like that contact there. But yeah, definitely a little bit interesting.
We'll just have to wait and see, as we seem to have 2 of our judges' decisions in, just waiting on that final one, and here we go. Got 1 vote for Anthony Taylor, 2 votes. Is it going to be unanimous? It will. Anthony Taylor advancing on through. He'll be taking his way onto the Great 8.
Yeah, Anthony Taylor joining our cast up in the gripped up Grade 8. One of the things that the judges are noting as to what exactly occurred here during this battle is that the lead car of Vortex just using a lot of left foot brake in some spots, and in turn, you got to be keeping that forward momentum. You shouldn't be braking in the non-decel zones or anything like that. And a lot of the contact that we saw occur was the result of that.
Indeed, you got to keep the momentum going, especially when you're against a talented driver such as Anthony Taylor. He's going to be able to expose a lot of those little tiny mistakes because you know he's going to be right on you. And so you know you got to bring everything you have to the table when you go up against a driver such as that. But we got our next battle up to the line, a battle we've seen before and quite a few times. Young Ramirin going up against Diaz in the chase. See what these two drivers can do and who will be going on to face Anthony Taylor in the gripped up Grade 8. Here we go. Young Ramirin out in the lead on that E36. Big angle coming out of outside zone 1, and Diaz struggling to initiate back there in the chase. Unsure of what happened back there. Young Ramirin unfazed. He's doing what he needs to do, keeping that tire on that white line. They're outside zone 3. Diaz getting right to the door as he needs to be through the power alley. Massive angle from Ramirin. You love to see that massive contact. Oh! Hard into the wall. Face first. Oh, that's definitely got a sting.
I think Anthony Taylor's nickname for Young there might actually have to get applied to Diaz, because yeah, that was not good.
Man, that was a gnarly hit. Luckily, this is all virtual. Otherwise, we'd be sitting here for a bit evaluating what's going on. But we got him lined back up here.
Oh, hang on a minute.
But
I'm hearing that we might have a potential issue here with Ramirin. One of the things mentioned during the driver's briefing is that you are not allowed to return to pits. And it sounds like Ramirin did exactly that. If that is true and that's the case, that will be a very upsetting disqualification. Just trying to confirm. Looks like they're going to go ahead and they're going to run the second run anyway to see. Oh, wait, hang on. Hold up. Judges are trying to figure it out. And I am getting confirmation from the judges that Ramirin went back to the pits. That is a DQ.
Oh, they're saying his wheel wasn't working after that contact to the wall. I know sometimes that does happen. I know I've used a few Simagic like different wheels and stuff, but
yeah, I
also be interesting to see how we handle this.
I am a Simagic user myself. I have had that happen, so. But then, that becomes a tough call to make, because it was said that as soon as you're back to the pits, if the failure like that happens, technically what you should do in that case is alert the judges of what's going on first before you do anything, and then allow the judges to make a decision on what to happen. Because when you go back to the pits and then you start giving reasons, that may come off as, trying to find like a fail-safe. So this is going to be in the judges' hands as to what we do with this decision, but they're going to have to make it quick as of right now. Realistically speaking, if they want to let this continue on, they could let Diaz just go back to the pit here, get some fresh tires. Obviously, Diaz currently sitting at a major disadvantage. Oh, but it looks like we're sending it. Okay, Diaz out in the lead. Ramirin chasing him down. Now the rules are switched. We'll see what occurs here. Ramirin having to take a bit of an inside line to catch back up to Diaz, having some faltering in his angle here. Now Diaz filling all of that third outside zone, transitioning through to OZ4, painting that white line with the rear tire, but looks like starting to come out a little early as he picks up that inside clip through the power alley. Remerin falling back quite a bit. I think he understands that so long as this goes the way he thinks, he just has to kind of play it safe and complete his run here, and he'll move on. But Diaz not putting on a bad lead line after what happened in the chase.
Not at all. Definitely, Remerin didn't have to do much after what kind of transpired in that first battle. A lot of mistakes from Diaz, obviously the failure to initiate, and then the contact that just kind of started this whole thing. But we're going to let things stand. We're going to continue on with our day. All the drivers are okay with how everything was going down, so we'll take it to the judges. Most likely we'll get a pretty snappy decision here. We'll continue on through the top 16.
Yeah, one of the things we've been talking about all night is the sportsmanship between drivers of OGP, and I am hearing from the judging staff, Diaz fully faulting himself on that contact issue going on there, causing the issue with Remerin's wheelbase. So very good on him. He is admitting fault. Got to appreciate that kind of sportsmanship. And right now we're going to make it official. Young Remerin is going to be moving. Oh, it is not unanimous, but Remerin is going to be moving on to the Gripped Up Grade 8. So it is not a unanimous decision. He will be moving on.
He will be going on to face Anthony Taylor in the Gripped Up Grade 8.
Oh,
very
boy.
Unfortunate for Diaz. You hate to see him go out that early, but those mistakes happen. You just gotta keep powering through them.
That grade 8 battle is going to be the biggest bragging rights battle I think that we've seen all of that.
Oh man, yeah, these two, no, they've been nipping at each other throughout the comp with their own little clapbacks here and there.
Cannot wait to see all the anime pictures and GIFs and memes that are going to come out of that battle.
But we got our next battle up to the line already. We got Rips in the lead, facing on Bones. Obviously, we've yet to see Bones in a battle because he had that bye run to make his way here. But Rips, we've seen what he can do. He's certainly got a pretty fast car underneath him. So we'll see how this run goes here and who might move on. But here we go. Rips initiating. Nice angle, but Bones needs to close up some of that proximity, sacrificing the proximity to the zone to do so. Rips floating around outside zone 3. Bones trying to get up to that door through 4. Rips powering through the alley there. And a nice smooth transition into 5. Bones needs to close up some of the proximity. Is Rips starting to pull away? Could he do so in outside zone 6? He can, but proximity to the zone not really present through much of that run.
Yeah, one of the things that you hate to have happen to you as a competition driver is when you go into a top 32, you sit there and you wait to go up against your opponent, and then you end up stuck with a bye run. You go out, you do your bye run, now you don't have any kind of data to go against an opponent with. Then you get sent into a top 16 battle like this one here, and I can only imagine this is going to probably be a restart. I would assume this is going to be a restart.
Oh,
It looks like
it was a restart.
Continuing on through here. Oh, here we go. Now he's making his way back to the line. But I do believe that we saw Rips. It shouldn't matter because it is the start of a run, but Rips, I believe, returning to the pit just to get off of the track faster, be out of the way.
We'll get him re-wrecked and we'll get him re-rolling again. And both drivers going ahead getting fresh rubber on, as we did have that little accidental reset from Rips.
Yeah, but that's all right. It's the first part of the battle, so driver's just going to get reset, get back up to the line here. We'll get him underway again. Here we go. All right, and here we go now. Bones out in the lead position, initiating in. Very nice for the first two outside zones. You can see right there a little bit of a bobble and angle from him, having to correct a little bit. Rips in the chase position, leaving some space between the two of them. Now trying to dive back up into the proximity pocket, going into OZ number 4. A little bit of bumper-to-bumper transition action now through the power alley. You see right there, Bones massaging that car out and out, outside zone number 5. But Rips not going to really affect him too much. Right there, you can see Bones, a little bit of an over-rotation, but he manages to save it. That allows Rips to really nicely get right up into the pocket and finish out that run.
And Rips doing a great job in that chase there, keeping nice proximity throughout the run. Bones a little shaky through parts of his lead run, but overall, not too bad by either of these drivers. It seems we already have a few decisions making their way through. And we'll be seeing 1 vote go to Rips, 2 votes, and it will be unanimous. Rips moving on through to the grade 8. Unfortunate for Bones. Maybe that first initial battle having something to do with it. But otherwise, he came out. He did a great job. A great battle between these two.
Yeah, not bad at all. It is a very hard thing to do, going from sitting through all of top 32 and having a bye run all the way up to now, the second to last battle of the top 16. Not getting any kind of like battle practice with that, so having to wait for that long could kind of ice your nerves a little bit, maybe throw you off the game. Looks like managing to get it down for a pretty decent run there still, but just kind of got to do it better, you know? A couple mistakes that you make will lead a long way. So hopefully we'll see him come back. But right now, coming up to the line, the last battle of the top 16, it's going to be Claudio Miranda taking on Xylus.
Claudio should be
Claudio's
in the lead lane.
The wrong lane.
We'll get him.
Get over there.
Little honk there. There we go.
There he goes.
All right, we got them in their correct positions now. Xylus going to be chasing down Claudio here after his absolute epic battle in top 32. We'll see what he can do against the 350Z. So we're all ready to go. Judges are ready, and we're going to send them here for the final battle of top 16. Nice initiation from both drivers. Claudio trying to get out to that zone, gets about half of it. Starts to get all of outside zone 2 there, or 3, my apologies. Coming around to 4 here, and Xylus right there with him, not letting him get away. Keeping good proximity so far throughout this run. As he slots right into that door through outside zone 5. Nice and smooth. Cars beautifully in tandem as Claudio putting it right onto that white line, pulling off just a little bit there and a little bit of contact across the line.
Yeah, just a little bit of contact. You know, contact can go a long way. Contact can go a short way depending on how much it affects the run. So definitely something to note there that there was contact, but overall not a horrible run whatsoever. Of course, after we got the cars switched back into their correct position, now we got them switched again, so this time Claudio will get to chase down Xylus. Xylus out in the lead, goes for that nice flick initiation. Claudio right there on the door as they go through outside zone number 2. Very good zone coverage from Xylus out in the lead position in the S chassis. Claudio, though, not really giving him much space. Outside zone number 4, you can see Xylus swinging the car all the way out there to the white line, now into the power alley, picks up that inside clip, transitioning into outside zone number 4. Claudio making his presence known, putting some tire as close as he can to the S chassis, but Xylus unfazed by it as he puts on a phenomenal last outside zone there in OZ6.
As we take a look back at the X3 Autosport side-by-side here, one thing I didn't note is Claudio a little shaky in his chase throughout the first part of this run. He had great proximity, but just couldn't really find his footing to keep that car nice and stable. Obviously, as we saw through those last 2 final zones, able to get things ticking in the right direction and really throwing it down. But Xylus doing a great job in the lead, allowing them to get up into that door. Keep things nice and smooth for a great battle between these two.
Yeah, not a bad battle at all by any means. I mean, every single time Xylus is out on track, he provides the best lead he possibly can for his chase driver, and he gives the most aggressive chase he possibly is able to do. And here it is, Judge 1 going to Xylus, Judge 2 going to Xylus, and it is unanimous. Xylus will be going against Rips in the gripped up Great 8. That's going to round out our top 16 action. We're going to cut to another short commercial break for probably the last time here. We'll be right back with the gripped up Great 8 after this short break. Take a look at what we got coming.
Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor, the pain is over, feel the darkness taking control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start.
Rocket. Let's just get into it. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Had to try to figure out what we were doing with the commercial break there. We had a driver with a bit of a technical issue. Trying to get this going as fast as we can. Going into our grade 8 here, the gripped up grade 8. It's going to be Marshall taking on iReal. Static Shipbox taking on L2L Drake. So that'll be a nice little battle right there. Anthony Taylor taking on Remerin. And to round out the gripped up grade 8, it's going to be Rips taking on Xylus. But right now, we're going to take it down to the line and get Marshall and iReal ready to go for the first battle of the gripped up grade 8.
And they're already set, ready to go. We'll see who can take the win here, go on to the final 4. We're all ready. We're set. We're all excited for more OGP action here at Odaiba. Here we go, Marshall in the lead. iReal in the chase in that Toyota Altezza. A nice smooth initiation there from Marshall. iReal falling off just a little bit, having to get back into that pocket, but a little wavery. Gonna have to find his comfortable spot there. Marshall slinging it into outside zone 4, coming through the power alley here. iReal, see what he has here to outside zone 5, trying to get onto that door, but is just struggling to get to that proximity. Marshall doing a great job here in the lead, putting that car where it needs to be. Man, a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a weird run right there. I will say it looks like Marshall throughout the evening in its entirety, honestly, has been quite slow through the first 3 zones. Maybe iReal just a little bit used to how fast-paced the other drivers were, but we've got them flipped around now. See if iReal is able to do a better job out in the lead, and we'll see how Marshall responds here. A couple mistakes you can take advantage of in the chase as iReal initiates in. Missing a little bit of that first outside zone, but very nice placement through outside zone number 2. Maybe dropping a little bit of a tire at the end there. Marshall getting right up into the pocket, putting on the pressure here to now transition through to outside zone number 4. You can see some tires going over the line there from iReal now into the power alley. Marshall having to surge up a little bit, get right back up onto the door, going into OZ number 5, and he does just that as iReal coming up a little bit shallow there. Now into outside zone number 6. Looks like maybe another tire drop from iReal out in the lead position as they go across that line.
Quite a few tire drops from iReal throughout that lead run, as we'll take a look back here on the X3 Autosports side-by-side. And overall, not a bad run by both these drivers. Just a few things that would definitely need to be cleaned up, especially as we start to get further and further into competition. It'll certainly be interesting to see how the judges kind of shape this battle up, see who might be going on through, but Marshall doing a great job in that chase, getting the proximity, being where he needs to be in those last 2 corners and throughout that run. So we'll take it to the judges' decision here, as we already got our driver. As we got 1, 2, and 3 votes for Marshall. It's going to be unanimous. He will be advancing on to the final 4. And unfortunately for iReal, going to be bowing out here in the grade 8.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe going out in the gripped up grade 8 isn't too bad, but I will say, going to be getting a little bit of a reward for himself, as our food order, since we are roommates, is showing up literally any second now. So he'll at least be able to eat in peace. But honestly, that was some of his best performance so far. I mean, getting all the way into the top 8, that's one of his highest finishes that he's had. So very good to see him flying his own flag and making it happen here. Unfortunately, going out in the gripped up grade 8, but Marshall, man, on an absolute tear. One of the new faces to OGP. He's in the final 4.
We'll just have to see how far he can carry that, but who will he be going up against is the question right now, as we got Static and Drake at the line ready to go. Drake in the chase. And that E36 has had a few issues, as we've seen a few of these couple runs here. We'll see how he can clean himself up, as well as Static. We'll see how this shakes up as they fire off the line. Here we go. Static initiating in a little shallow from that first initial zone. as they start to push out a little bit wide there. Static going about 2 tires off. Drake sticking with him, not letting him get too far away. Keeping good proximity so far through his chase. As they make their way through the power alley here. Drake bumper to bumper on that transition, but has to fall back just a little bit. But getting back up to that door onto Static. As he comes around the final outside zone 6, putting that car where it needs to be, bowing out of that zone just a little bit, but Drake unfazed.
Yeah, no, the one thing that I'll be curious going into the second half of this battle here, Static and Drake have both been looking at the replays of other runs throughout the day here. They know what they're capable of. Drake's biggest mistake of this entire event has been not getting all the way out to the edge of outside zone number 2. Even missing it in some spots. We'll see if he's able to clean that up as he takes the lead here over Static. Both drivers making their way down. Static opting for the closest initiation possible. Right there you can see Drake correcting his issue. He is all the way in the zone. Coming into OZ number 3 though, Static putting tire to the door. A little bit of a tap there. Only affects himself as he backs off and now surging back up to the door of Drake. But Drake absolutely unfazed right now, just going through this run. Said, you want to tap me? You can go right on ahead. I'm still going to do my thing out here in the lead as he feels all of OZ number 5. Transitioning through for the last time now. Static making some wheel-to-wheel contact. Drake not going to let it affect him. And he's even going to give a 360 to boot.
How about that? As we look back at the replay here, Drake doing everything he needed to do, cleaned up the few mistakes he's had in the past couple runs, and doing what he does best, putting down a good show. Static definitely had his work cut out for him. We'll see how these two fare. Definitely a few mistakes still through here and there. I believe Drake might have accidentally dropped the tire out there in outside zone 5 per chance. But we'll take it to the judges' decisions here in a bit and see who'll be taking on Marshall, the final 4.
That is the question. The answer we will need to find out from our judges here. See what we're able to get going on. One judge has their decision in, just waiting on the other 2 to slide into place. Definitely a lot of things going on here that they're going to be able to look at as judge number 2 now sliding in. Just waiting on that last judge to make their call. Here we go. One judge going to Drake, 2 judges going to Drake, and it is unanimous. Drake advances on to the final 4 to take on the rookie of Marshall.
Good battle between these two drivers. Static definitely putting in all the work and putting on a pretty decent drive. Obviously had his few mistakes. He was able to clean up a lot of them coming into this battle, and that was real great to see. I can't wait to see what more he does coming into the next few events we have going on. He's always a great face to have around here. Well, it's always a joy to have him. Well, we get our
I couldn't agree with
next
you more.
battle.
Static, a very common competitor. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. We've got Anthony Taylor to the line. Here comes his competitor, young Ramirin. These guys, no strangers to each other. Ramirin picks on Anthony Taylor as much as he can. Good heavens.
And they're all going to throw it out here. One's got to go home. And certainly none of these guys want to be that guy. So we're going to see what they do here, throwing it into the initiation. Massive angle from Anthony Taylor. But young Ramirin right there to the door. Knows what he needs to do throughout this run. He just needs to keep it there pretty much for the entirety of this run. But Anthony Taylor's going to give him every opportunity to do so. Young Ramirin not backing off for even a second. Bumper to bumper on transition. And again through outside zone 5. Tucking it in real tight, coming in real shallow. But able to stick it right to where he needs to be. Anthony Taylor coming out outside zone 6 and major contact.
Oh my god.
From Ramirin, absolutely clearing out Anthony Taylor. Massive mistake.
Yeah, huge mistake there. That was some massive contact. We have not seen contact like that whatsoever this entire event. I've got Iriel behind me here. He just looked back on it too, and all he could say was, damn, that was some rough contact. We're going to flip-flop him here. See what they're able to do in the other positions. It'll now be Young to lead out Anthony. Both drivers initiate. Oh my goodness, and what? I don't know even what that attempt was from Anthony Taylor there, just trying to dive up in on the initiation. Not really making it work too well for him. And now Remeron all the way out there with those two. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. I think that they might be throwing a little bit. You might have heard Ireel in the background there watching along with me. Pack them both in the trailer. 0-0. Good heavens.
Me, oh my.
These guys know how to take excitement and make it not that.
Oh goodness, as we'll take a look back at what just went down in front of our eyes. For better or for worse, these drivers definitely throwing everything and the kitchen sink at each other. Literally at each other. That's kind of what we got. It's going to be interesting to see what this is going to kind of shake up to be. Most likely, I'd love to see these guys just go at it one more time. Let's see them again. Let's clean it up, please.
Yeah, I mean, technically there could be a winner here, just if we go based off of the rule books. However, maybe we'll see you go one more time. We know that these guys are capable of more than this, obviously. So definitely an interesting situation to say the least here. But yeah, no, I'm not too sure that I would want to be a judge right now, because technically you could go by the rule book and announce a winner here, but I think that both of these guys might have, not to point fingers, but maybe threw a little bit here to get another battle going.
Possibly. We'll just have to wait and see as we got our decision here. As we get one more time, one more times, and it's going to be across the board one more time. We're going to go ahead. We're going to send them again. We know we have it in them to do a lot better than this. So we're gonna re-rack them, let them get some fresh rubber. And yeah, let's put on a little bit of a better showing.
Both of them in the chat. Anthony Taylor going, I don't even know, bro. Young going to Alan Boss on the track. Which just be mindful. Just be mindful. Alan Boss may be having a rough season with FD, but he is doing pretty good in the Pro-Am stuff still. So just having a rough season with FD, getting acclimated. Obviously, that incident with Dustin Farrell was not ideal. But get him back to the line. See what they can do again.
Indeed. Well, we got them re-racked. We're ready to go. You know what these guys are capable of. Let's see it on display here. They're ready to go. Anthony Taylor in the lead. Young Ramirin in the chase. Here we are. Firing out of the gate. And right back to the action. Young Ramirin trying to get right back onto that door. Sacrificing outside zone 2 to do so. Is trying to fight that car into the side of Anthony Taylor. Try not to do too much. We don't want to see more contact like we did last time. Anthony Taylor doing what he needs to do, keeping it smooth, keeping it consistent, allowing young Ramirin to put himself into the show here. They come around to outside zone 6. Anthony Taylor right there on the white line, but young Ramirin not backing down an inch. And we make it across the line finally.
That was much better this time. That was a display of what these two are capable of. We're going to flip them around. Hopefully this time not see 4 tires off. As we get them back up here to the start chicane. This time it's going to be Young to lead out Anthony. See what he's able to do this time around now that we're re-racked and hopefully doing a little bit better this time. Initiates in. Anthony Taylor again going for that initiation. Makes it work a lot better this time. Young painting the white line with the rear end of the BMW. Coming to OZ3. Anthony Taylor is still there, present in the pocket. Maybe not getting as close as what we saw Remirin do in his chase position. So not too sure if he's just trying to play it a little bit safe so that there's no contact or anything. But if he wants to seal the deal, he's going to really have to drive up in that pocket and get right on the door of Remirin here. As Young out in the lead, just putting on a beautiful lead run. Smooth, consistent, painting the white lines, and even getting pushed across the finish line by Anthony Taylor into his 360.
And as you're saying, Anthony Taylor taking what looks to be a little bit of a safer chase as we've seen in days past from him. but definitely doing everything he needed to do. He was keeping it smooth. He's keeping it consistent, not doing too much. And most likely, hopefully, trying to see himself into the final four here. Younger Miran going above and beyond in the chase. You see him absolutely just flying in, trying to get to that door at any moment he can. Maybe the difference, Anthony Taylor a lot smoother. We'll just have to wait and see as we bring up the Grip Royal Grand Decision and wait the judges' decisions.
Yeah, we've got two very, very similar lead runs here. I think it's all going to come down to the chase position, as it looks like the judges are getting ready to slide in with their decision here. 2 out of 3 judges have made their call, just waiting on the last one to come in now. Looks like still reviewing one final piece of evidence, using all of the replay cameras and all the telemetry that the judges have at their disposal to make the right calls. Here it is. One judge going to Young, one judge going to Anthony Taylor. Oh, and it is Anthony Taylor getting the win over Young. It is not unanimous, but Anthony Taylor will move on to the final four.
And one thing that they did bring up, and Younger Miran, just a little slight over rotation coming out of that final zone. You can see where that slight contact with Anthony Taylor, just trying to keep him on that right line, but also playing a factor into the judge's decision there. But we will be seeing our next and final battle of the Gripped Up Grade 8 make its way to the line here. So we'll see Rips take on Xylus.
Now, if I was Rips, I would be shaking in my boots right now.
Certainly, Xylus, a very competent competitor, a very talented driver at that. We've seen what he can do. We've seen the spectacles he's been putting down. Definitely an OGP, very good OGP driver with us. He's been with us for season 1. We definitely know the talent that he has. As we're all set and ready to go to round things out here, who will be facing Anthony Taylor in the final four? Rips in that G35 out in the lead. Nice smooth transition. Xylus going a little wide there in outside zone 2 in the chase. Able to bring it back in and get onto the door of Rips. Rips keeping it nice and smooth through outside zone 3. Here in outside zone 4, Xylus doing everything he can, just keeping tidy proximity as he slides into the door of an outside zone 5. Rips coming around outside zone 6, needs to put it right there on that white line, as he will do, but Xylus not backing down an inch across the line.
Yeah, very good and consistent, smooth lead run from Rips there. Just showing Xylus that if he wants to take him down, he's going to have to come out swinging. Rips, he made his way here to the Gripped Up Grade 8 under his own skill and driving. He was showing that here. Xylus, of course, with a little bit of tire drops going through outside zone 2. Got him flipped around here. See what Xylus is able to do out in the lead with that very nice flick initiation. Rips a little bit further back, but not dropping any tires, so doing a little bit better than Xylus in that regard. Now getting right up onto the pocket here is Rips coming through outside zone number 3. You see that lengthy transition there from Xylus out in the lead position, but that allows him to paint the white line with the rear tires in the S chassis. Rips, though, not going to give him any room to breathe, and oh my goodness, what a dive from Rips. Right up onto the door, putting tire marks right on that greenish blue paint of the S chassis, and Rips is right there across the line.
Great battle between these two, as we'll see it again here at the X3 Autosports side-by-side. You see right there, yeah, Rips just a little bit further back, but not dropping tires like Xylus was in his, but just a lot more comfortable and poised in the pocket, not doing anything too crazy. But Xylus obviously right there trying to get to the door any moment he can, pushing as much as he can. We'll have to see which way the judges kind of fall with their decision here. Definitely a great battle between these two.
Yeah, just looking back on the replay right there, you can see that spot in OZ2 with Xylus in the chase position, just dropping some tire there. Not too sure if it was 1 or 2. It looked like potentially 2. overall, I got to admit, I honestly think that Rips had the better chase and possibly the better lead as well.
Definitely those 2 tires off definitely will play a major factor into the decision here, as that is not a light deduction. And that may be what kind of helped tips the scale more in Rip's favor. Obviously, we'll pull up the Grip Royal Grand Decision here. See what the judges think and who will be facing Anthony Taylor in the final 4.
All right, looks like a little bit of a technical difficulty on the back end right now with the Grip Royal Grand Decision screen, but we got it fixed by the looks of things.
We do have our decision, as it will be a unanimous 3 votes to Rips, as he will be advancing on through. Unfortunately for Xylus, just a little too many mistakes there. Not doing himself any favors, but definitely drove his heart out to be here and had arguably more battles than anyone else today. Just getting through to the grade 8.
Yeah, I will say Rips definitely had a heck of a thing going for him there. We'll say his earlier battles a little bit lackluster in terms of excitement, and to have such easy battle wins, then to go up against somebody who went triple battle in the first run. I mean, to take on somebody who competed in all of the OGP Season 1, do that well against them and take him out, you got to be feeling good as a rookie to the OGP series. I mean, that was a great battle, phenomenal lead, phenomenal chase, and to do it against Xylus of all people, you got to love that. So right now, taking a look at how our final 4 is shaping up to be, it's going to be Marshall taking on Drake of Team Lock to Lock. So that'll be a battle of one of the OGP drivers going against one of the rookies. Anthony Taylor on the other side taking on Rips. Same deal. New face to OGP taking on the defending champion. Sorry, my throat just is like, ugh.
We got a battle of the old heads versus the new gens here in the final 4 part of our bracket. We'll see who comes out on top, but we already got our next battle up to the line here. You're saying Marshall versus Drake. Obviously, we've seen Drake in his last battle clean up a few of the mistakes that he had that was plaguing a few of his runs. We'll see if he can do the same here as Marshall fires out of the gate, and here we go. Smooth initiation in from Marshall. Drake slowly getting into the pocket, closing up that proximity. Marshall doing a great job here so far. A little bit of contact. Drake getting real shallow in that chase. Marshall still continuing out his run, putting that tire right there on the white line through outside zone 4. As we get into outside zone 5, Marshall floating out a little wide there, dropping a tire. Drake not doing anything too crazy, just biding his time, staying in the pocket, getting comfortable, and letting Marshall do his thing out in the lead.
Yeah, definitely that contact from Drake in the chase position. Probably going to be a deciding factor already out of the gate. But judges do have all of the other angles. They've got the telemetry and everything. And I will say, Marshall is quite a bit slower, it seems, than a lot of the other drivers on the field. So maybe just playing some head games with Drake. But we're going to flip him around now. Drake to lead. Oh, and contact right out of the gate. Okay, so Marshall causing contact right at the initiation marker. That's going to definitely be faulted on him. Drake's going to continue the run, and Marshall's going to try to chase him down anyway. But yeah, major advantage for Drake with how this run is playing out for him right now. Technically, Drake did not have to start this run, but he's going to put on a show for us anyway, as obviously he was hit and held up before he can initiate in. Marshall going to do the best chase he can to round out that run there, but yeah, that might be all she wrote for Marshall.
Bit of a lucky break there for Drake, possibly, as we saw right there on the replay. Once again, just not allowing Drake to initiate. Got It's a one rule of drifting that can never be broken. You gotta let the lead driver initiate. But certainly won't be doing him any favors when it comes to judge decision here. He's doing such a great job and looked very poised to bring it to Drake and possibly take the win here, but I'll take it to the Rip Royal Grand Decision. See what the judges think.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes that is a part of drifting, especially in the competitive world. Mistakes do happen. I can only imagine this is going to go one way. Here we go, make it official. One judge going left for Drake, another one to Drake. It is unanimous. Drake going to be advancing on to the finals, but that is not all she wrote in the long run of things here, because we do still have our third place battle where Marshall going to go ahead and meet up with whoever loses the next battle, but Drake advances to the finals.
Bit of a sigh of relief there for Drake, I could imagine, especially with that initial contact that we saw in that first run. But definitely, you got to take him as you can get him. But we'll see our next battle make its way up to the line to round out our final four. See Anthony Taylor take on Rips. We'll see who can advance through on that battle. Definitely two drivers that have been very calm and composed in their driving today. I'll have to see who comes out on the top. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Mr. 98.1 himself, Anthony Taylor taken to the lead position. Let's see what Rips is able to do against him.
Rips in that G35 Infinity, the only one that we have. And so far, he's made it all the way here to the final four. But here we go. Lights are off and away we go. Anthony Taylor flicking in and looks like almost a little bit of an issue there for Rips initiating in. We'll have to see if he actually initiated on time. But Anthony Taylor doing what he does best, throwing it right there on the white line and giving Rips opportunity to get nice and comfortable in that pocket. Not doing too much, not going too crazy, but man, look at that transition from Rips right there on the bumper. Not afraid to get into that door around outside zone 5. Anthony Taylor doing what he needs to do. Keeping it nice and smooth throughout the outside zone 6. Rips getting right into the door across the line.
Yeah, Rips for sure making his presence known. That little bit of a love tap at the end there against Anthony Taylor. Just showing that he is there. He is present. Throwing down a heater of a chase run there, other than whatever happened at the start. And I gotta admit, looking at Rips' driving today, if this guy shows up for Season 2, definitely a driver to keep eyes on as he's going against our current points champion, Anthony Taylor. Chasing him down now. Rips initiates in. Nicely done there. Painting the white line with the rear tires, which is exactly what you want to do. Anthony Taylor not giving him any room to breathe here. So they make their way through OZ3. Now transition to OZ4. Ooh, man. Stomach's all kinds of messed up right now. Transitioning through the power alley here. Anthony Taylor trying to apply the pressure everywhere that he possibly can. Putting it to the side of the G35 of Rips. But Rips on an absolute tear right now in the lead. Putting that G35 everywhere that it's got to be. Giving Anthony Taylor the best possible chance to give the best chase run that he can do as well.
Well, took a look back at that initial initiation from Rips on his chase. Definitely have to see what the judges think. But Anthony Taylor seeming to struggling to find a spot to get comfortable in that pocket there. You saw a few, we'll see here in the later half of this run, a few spots where he was wavering around a little bit. Obviously, Rips kind of checking up a little bit of angle, a little bit there through outside zone 5, making it a little bit tough, not keeping it as smooth. Obviously, we've prefaced before, for a good chase, you got to have a good lead. We'll take it to the judges' decisions here and see who'll be coming out on top.
Yeah, time to find out who is going to be going to the finals battle against Drake. Who's going to be going to third place? Will the finals battle be Drake against T2W Rips? Or will it be an all OGP final with Drake going against Anthony Taylor, which would also be an all lock-to-lock final as well?
In a battle we've seen many, many times before here at OGP.
That we have.
We definitely would
Oh,
not be
man.
opposed to seeing it again.
Oh, man, I think I know what's coming.
We got 1 vote for Anthony Taylor, 2 votes, and it's going to be fully unanimous. Anthony Taylor moves on. Very unfortunate for Rips and judges coming in on that initiation, that failure to initiate. Unfortunately, doing it in for him. Just those little mistakes, those will catch up to you. We've said it time and time again. But he's down but not out. He still has a chance here to podium, as he will be taking on Marshall for the 3rd place.
Yeah, and that'll be the next thing that we get to see here once we get those two up to the line is our 3rd place battle. Find out which one of these guys is going to take that 3rd step on the podium. Just as a reminder to everybody who is watching along, the winner of the 3rd place battle that will be announced during the podium ceremony, I believe. That's how we did it during the season. So we'll get them all together for the podium finish after both the 3rd place and finals battle to announce who our winners are.
Here we go. We got them both up to the line. They're ready to go. Fresh faces here at OGP. We love to see it. 2 drivers at the top of their game tonight. We'll see what they can do here today. As the countdown begins and off, possibly. And off they go. Here we go. Marshall out in the lead. Rips giving chase. Get initiated in. Rips right there to the door of Marshall. Marshall needs to back up there a little bit through outside zone 2. Just needs to get out to that zone just a little bit more. Rips doing everything he can, trying to get comfortable in that pocket. Marshall opening up the door for him. They're outside zone 4. They come through the power alley here. Nice smooth transitions from both drivers at outside zone 5. Rips trying to get some of that proximity back, but Marshall doing a great job pouring on the angle through these final 2 turns here and across the line.
Yeah, this is a very, very good first half of this battle. I mean, we've been seeing it all day. Rips doing the thing that Rips does best, trying to be as aggressive as possible in the chase there. Marshall, not a bad lead at all by any means, putting on a pretty good lead run there for Marshall for Rips, sorry, to chase down. And now, gonna switch them around. We got Rips out in the lead, Marshall chasing him down here. They both initiate in, very clean on the start. Rips not as deep as you've seen him in OZ number 2. Marshall having to play a little bit of catch up here, cutting some line and some angle to get back into the proximity pocket. Now Rips transitions through to OZ number 4. Fell in most of that zone, could have been a little bit deeper, but not bad at all. Marshall again going to try to go for this dive and looks like making it stick. Oh, not as much as he has before. Falling back a little bit as Marshall, but Rips on a heater right now out in the lead position. Super smooth, super consistent, and across the line.
And a little 360 there from Rips to boot, as we'll take it to the X3 Autosports side-by-side here. And there was something I was wanting to look at. I feel like possibly through outside zone 5, Rips did not get on power in time, almost choked up Marshall. We'll see here as we look through the rest of this run here, and pretty good driving from both of these drivers. But right here is where I was really most interested, because he didn't really light off right where he needed to. Possibly might have thrown a wrench in Marshall's chase there. We'll have to be interested to see how the judges fare for that. But both drivers definitely throwing out everything they can, pulling out all the stops. It's great to see them here. And definitely 2 drivers I would love to see compete in season 2.
All right. Judges are deliberating still. We do not have a call just yet. But as soon as we do, we're not going to be announcing it yet. We're going to get the finals battle up here. We'll let them run their battle, and then we'll bring all these guys together for a podium finish. And it does look like potentially a decision has been made. So we'll go ahead, get the finals battle locked and loaded. Going to be Drake leading out Anthony Taylor for the finals battle here, the OGP finals at the Odaiba Pop Up. And yes, confirming, we do have a winner for the 3rd place battle. Let us know what you guys think back at home, will it be Marshall or will it be Rips taking home that third step? You let us know what you guys think, but right now it's time for the OGP finals.
And OGP finals is definitely the word to be using for these two drivers. Two absolute amazing drivers in season one. They definitely were talks of the town, especially in their respective team lock to lock, both team lock to lock drivers. They definitely know how to drive, and they've driven with each other more than enough times. So we'll see what they can do here at Odaiba. We got Drake in the lead, Anthony Taylor giving chase, as we'll send them here for the finals here at OGP Odaiba. Anthony Taylor getting right onto the door of Drake. Drake painting that white line as he should, pulling out of that zone just a little bit there. Anthony Taylor just getting nice and comfortable in that pocket, making sure his presence is felt. Say coming to outside zone 5. Nice transition from Anthony Taylor, getting a tire right into Drake's door. As we come around to outside zone 6, Anthony Taylor pulling back some of that proximity. Had fell back a little bit there as they come across the line.
Absolute heater to start the finals battle on. These guys, they know each other. They know how they drive. Only thing that's different is the cars. Ironically enough, the E36, usually Anthony Taylor's weapon of choice, so see what he's able to do against his typical weapon. Of course, this is a little bit of a different version of the E36 than the OGP car. But now we'll see what Drake is able to do in the chase as Anthony Taylor leads him out and initiates in. Very good through the first outside zone. Drake having to come inside a little bit. Whoa, a little bit of a tap there from Drake in the chase. Anthony Taylor does a very good job correcting that mistake. Manages to save this run so far. Now Drake gonna have to dial it back in here and not cause any more taps. They initiate in the power alley, grabbing all that inside clip, making their way out to outside zone number 5. You can see Anthony Taylor absolutely filling that zone. Now Drake's going to dive back up on the door through the last zone here. Maybe give him a little bit of a love tap. Right there it is, as they make their way across the line.
And we'll take it back to what might be our final X3 Autosports side-by-side here. And we'll see Drake just getting a little bit too overzealous there, trying to close up that proximity through outside zone 2, just getting into contact with Anthony Taylor, pushing him wide a little bit through outside zone 3. So they're able to get their feet back under them and rolling again. But man, what a battle between these two, throwing out everything that they can and showing why they're some of the best here at OGP.
Yeah, this is definitely a finals battle for sure. Both of these guys laying everything out on the line. Super good battle between these two. They've been together for a long time. These guys, they drive together, they compete together. Sometimes they end up competing against each other, and that's exactly what's going on right here.
Absolutely. We see it time and time again as we'll pull the drivers up to the end of the line here, as we'll announce the winners of our third place and our finals battle.
Yeah, if we have a winner. If we have
that is true. If we have a winner, we have yet to get our decision from our first place battle.
I just want to give another little bit of a shout out because I see her in chat. Drake's #1 fan, Drake's mother, is in the chat. Hello, Drake's mom. Thank you for tuning in and supporting. Things look pretty good right now with your prediction about a lock-to-lock win, because both of these guys, of course, are members. So we'll see which one of them comes out on top. Judges are just deliberating a little bit still, trying to get the right call on the board here. And 30p Studios, yes, every single live stream that we have with OGP, if you go back to the YouTube channel after they are all said and done, once the VOD opens up, you'll be able to watch back all the action.
From start to finish, and you'll hear our beautiful voices behind every single battle. Still waiting a decision here for our finals battle. As soon as we get that through, we will definitely let you guys know.
Sounds like we've got quite the toss-up coming your way, folks. One judge going OMT, another judge going OMT. It's unanimous. They're going again here in the OGP finals. So we'll get Rips and Marshall off of the track again, as they kind of came up a little prematurely. No offense, guys. But we're going to be seeing this final battle get ran back one more time.
How about that? We get to see these guys go one more time. This has been the tail of the tape here, kind of at Odaiba. But like you said, a little bit premature bringing those guys around here, but they'll head back to their pits. And we'll get some fresh tires for Drake and Anthony Taylor. And we'll get them back out on track for what should be a great one more time battle.
No lack of action here in the OGP finals. Both of these guys left a little bit on the table. Judges know that they are capable of more. Battle was too close to call. I'm going to send them one more time. We'll get them cleaned up here. They're back at the line. They're ready to go.
Ready indeed, as we're ready to fire them off here. The countdown begins for these drivers. Drake in the lead, Anthony Taylor in the chase. Here we go for the one more time battle of these OGP finals. And here we go, Drake throwing it in, getting all the way out to that white line, dropping a little bit of a tire there, but Anthony Taylor right there in the pocket as he usually is. Now Drake transitioning in outside zone 4, nice and smooth. Anthony Taylor not letting him breathe for even a second. Bumper to bumper on transition. Look at that from Anthony Taylor, throwing it in from outside zone 5, right there onto the door of Drake. Drake giving him every opportunity to do so as they come around outside zone 6. Anthony Taylor not backing down an inch across the line.
Wow. Just wow. I mean, I'm kind of speechless. I gotta admit, I am kind of speechless. That was beautiful. Both of these guys, they saw that one more time call. They know that they've got to put it all out there to take home the win. You see now Anthony Taylor initiated in the lead position. Drake in the chase, right there in the proximity pocket, coming up, playing a little bit of love tap games with him here. As they making their way through outside zone number 3, now transitioning into OZ number 4, Drake. Right there again in the pocket, making sure that his presence is felt. But Anthony Taylor out in the lead on a beautiful lead line right now, giving every opportunity for Drake to be right there with him. Very deep in the 5th outside zone. Now bringing in an OZ number 6, the final corner, and across the line with such a beautiful battle in the books for these two.
Man, oh man. Let's take a look at this replay once again. Nothing between these two drivers. Absolutely throwing it out, doing what they do best. Man, this is, once again, I think a very tough decision for these judges. Because, man, just look at that. Look at the transition from Anthony Taylor through that power alley. Not enough can be said about these drivers that truly encapsulates how good they are.
Yeah, this right here is a showing of, again, something we've seen so commonly, how good the lock-to-lock drivers are. Absolutely dominating right now.
And as we await our judges' decision to see who will be coming out the winner here.
It does sound like we might have a winner in the books for the finals. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to bring these guys back into the pits where we have the OGP podium set up. We're going to go ahead and announce our winners. So if we can get our drivers to make their way back to the pits and to be prepared to make their way up onto the podium stand, we'll go ahead and we'll get this all wrapped up in the books here.
Looks like may just have him coming up to this line here. I'm not sure.
No, we got to get him to the podium. We got the podium for a reason. Come on, boys. I guess we're just going to do it here. All right, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. Here it is. For third place, your winner. The third step of the podium. This is for third place, again, as a reminder. Judges are just having to put their decisions in again quick because of how our system operates. Don't mind that. Riley, who do we got taking home third place here?
Third place, the battle of the new faces here at OGP. Waiting on that final judge to just go ahead and throw in his count here, and we will see. And here we go. 1 vote for Rips. Judge 2 goes Rips, and it's going to be unanimous. Rips is going to be taking home third place here at the OGP Odaiba Pop Up. But that's not what you all were waiting for. Who is your winner?
That is not what we're waiting to find out. I'm excited. We get a little sneak peek, of course, so we already know. But guys, ladies, gentlemen, Drake's mom, your winner of the OGP 2026 Odaiba Pop Up competition. Once the judges figure out how to work the software, here it is. 1 vote, Anthony Taylor. 2 votes, Anthony Taylor, and it is unanimous. Anthony Taylor takes the win. Of course, Drake, nobody to write off there, taking home second place here. Leaving your podium is Anthony Taylor taking home first. Drake taking home second. Rips in third. And of course, we can't write off our 4th place driver, Marshall, taking home 4th to round out this event. That's going to be it for OGP Odaiba. Once again, my name is Brandon, aka Strepidemic. I'm joined in the booth by the one and only Riley, Mr. Vroom. This has been OGP Odaiba 2026. We will catch you guys at the next event, soon to be announced. Hopefully, keep an eye out for that on all the socials in the Discord. We're going to let these guys go ahead and take a bit of a victory lap for themselves, but we are signing off. Thank you all for watching and have a good night. Beautiful three-man tandem. Oh, you love to see it.
Take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor, the pain is over, feel the darkness take control.